got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Rev up your engines and buckle up. The wait is over. It's Asphalt 9, but this is not just a race. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
All right, let's get ready to go. How is it going, everyone? My name is Falcone. I will be your host for the day, but much more important than me are the two wonderful casters to my side. We've got Lethal, we've got Demon. How are you doing today, Lethal?
Not too bad, mate, not too bad. Glad to be in between two handsome lads once again as we're going to watch this spectacle unfold, and should be some exciting stuff today.
And Demon, it is great to see you again. Great to have you back for yet again for more Asphalt. How are you feeling about today?
I'm good. I was just actually figuring out, someone just asked me a question, it's like, what you commentating? I said Asphalt, and I think I've done this for probably the best part of maybe 6, 7, 8 years. I'm trying to think how far back we've gone, Harry, but it's been a long time, and I'm not the only returner because 7 out of the 8 players today are all returning competitors in these finals.
Wow, I mean, that is amazing. That is some dedication there, both from yourself and from the players. We'll get into them in a little bit. But before we do, guys, don't forget you can check us out and connect with us on our social media. We've got X, we've got Instagram, we've got Facebook. It's ESL Mobile on everything. And of course, you can also jump into our Discord server and connect with us there. Heck, maybe it could be you competing next time in any of our wonderful Snapdragon Pro esports. Of course, they're all super accessible. They're all mobile games. We would love to have more players competing. I mean, Harry, esports is, on mobile phone in particular, super accessible, right?
Yeah, it's accessible everywhere, which is one of the great things about it. And of course, joining that Discord, as you just mentioned, as a player, if you're brand new to the scene, it's a perfect way to start or build those foundations.
Absolutely. I mean, Demon, have you ever done any competing? I can't remember. I know that Harry, of course, is an old hat when it comes to being a pro at pretty much everything he touches.
All right. Hang on a minute. I'm a world champion in Battlefield 1942, but many moons ago.
Really? No, I mean, that was genuine curiosity.
Yes.
Obviously, I know a little bit more about Harry's history because he's been everywhere.
We helped start the Team Dignitas. That was
very cool.
The origin story of Team Dignitas. So if anybody knows that team, it's a very popular esports team. Has been around for, 24 years now, I think we're coming up to. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's my history.
All right, let's jump into some Asphalt, though, and check out what is the format for today's show. Like every time, we start with the time trials in-app, and now we get on to the open finals. The time trials, again, this is a very unique thing for Asphalt, Harry. Like, talk us through how they work.
So the only way you can qualify in the top 4 to make it to these open finals is through time trials. It's not like 15 years ago in Asphalt where you could probably do the time trials like over 1,000 times. I remember many of us did. We spent hours upon hours, days upon days, but you're limited now. So you need to really perfect your skills on the track with your lines, your nitro management, all the little kinks here and there to really add and to distribute the best times possible to make into that top 4. And because of that, that's why you're seeing the same player, the same faces coming up in these finals every single time.
And of course, once you get to the finals, that is where stuff gets serious. Demon, what can we expect today from the finals?
Yeah, I mean, it can be, a lot of it can be about the start for these players. You'll see some that are aggressive at the start, some that are a bit more passive and looking to try and, obviously, as Harry just said, explode throughout the race and maybe better lines. Some players actually excel. I can't get my words out. Some players excel in head-to-head mode. Some players, as you just saw, have to go through time trials and will sometimes stick to that time trial best route. It doesn't always work in head-to-head, so you have to really adapt to your opponent, and some do it better than others.
Oh, interesting. So what makes time trial strategy different to head-to-head then?
Well, in time trial, you're obviously going for the best line. You are sticking to your best line, but you need to realize if you have an opponent, you might, for example, hit a ramp at a certain point. You might be going for the barrel roll at a certain point. Well, if there's an opponent there, they could be looking to either maybe spin on you, wipe you out. If you don't hit something at the right point, and maybe if they're side by side or just behind you and they're looking to maybe boost over the top of you, you have to really have it in your head, like, is my opponent going to be boosting right now? Is my opponent looking to try and take me out, or have I got enough gap? It's really tricky to tell sometimes in head-to-head track position, and we've seen the very best get caught out by it many times.
Oh, that's super interesting how the strategy changes as you get to the finals. Let's take a look at what the players are actually competing for, though, because, of course, the respect, the pride, that is all something, but the money, that is something as well. $1,200, not so bad, right, Lethal?
Nice chunk of change indeed, always is here at the Open Finals. And it's nice for, even though once you've qualified for the top 4 here, you're guaranteed something. You're not going to go home empty-handed while they're playing from home anyway, but you get what I mean anyway. $1,200 for a day's work, not too shabby at all. And even if you ride that struggle bus and or unable to make that ride into lower bracket, you're guaranteed $200 no matter what. So, it's not the fact that you did a time trials, you qualify and you don't get anything out of it. You get at least a little something for your troubles.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, $200 it's not too bad for just playing some video games for a bit. Although I think it does require quite a lot of dedication to get through these time trials, right, Demon?
Yeah, it's obviously took a lot of work for these guys to get here. I mean, I mentioned it. I've been doing this for years, and these players that are competing here have been doing it for years as well. So they've put the time and effort to be here. It's no coincidence that there's 7 out of the 8 drivers have returned today that have been in these finals. The last split, the last year, the year before that. These guys have been around, and they are very consistent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're consistent for a reason. They've absolutely earned it, and they've earned that prize money that they will be getting. But let's see who these players are. The wait is over. And Demon, you mentioned earlier it is the same group of people essentially as last time. Why don't you talk us through this?
Yeah, actually identical, especially for iOS. Feature Flash basically was dominant throughout 2023 and really has been since his breakthrough in Asphalt. I think his worst finish was 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, in season 1. So that was immediately 4 years ago. That was his worst finish. So yeah, he dominated. 2023 was his year. I don't think he dropped anything. He dropped a single track, if I'm not mistaken, in the last finals we had here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So really very strong. Not surprised to see him once again as the number 1 seed coming in. Interesting to see the seeding, though, because the finals was between Alex and Future Flash, and that's going to be the first race in the iOS. So interesting, straight off the bat, grand finals to best of 3. I love to see it.
And of course, Harry, you're also, just like Demon, an old hat when it comes to Asphalt. Anything you'd like to add about the players? I mean, again, Future Flash seems to be that name that's just always around, always killing it.
Yeah, the reason why Future Flash has been so dominant in Asphalt, especially the entirety of last year, he plays a clean race compared to any other driver. But the difference between him and the others, he's well aware of the dirty tricks of the trade which some of his players may deploy on the race itself. So you may see some who try and purposely body block. They may purposely do any dirty plays at the very beginning. But some players can play as clean as they like, but not very aware of the possibilities and the outcomes which could occur. But he's well aware of how clean he is with his lines, his nitro management, how good he is with with the physics of the game and what could be done and what could not be done, but also stands clear as well. He always has that debate whether he wants to sacrifice a couple of tenths of a second to avoid being crashed upon or wrecked, so to speak, which could cost him 2.5, 3 seconds, which means that it's pretty much a done deal. His opponent is going to win every single time. But that awareness has been one of his key points to gaining all these victories and the high level of consistency he's had throughout the whole of last year. But let's see if he can do it again this year.
Yeah, we will see indeed. Of course, we've got the iOS show coming up first, Android a little bit later. But for now, we will take a look at the bracket for iOS and see who will be playing whom. And yeah, Demon, talk us through this. This is seeming very familiar.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, obviously coming in as number 1 and number 4 seed, Future Flash and Alex. You know, Alex has been around as long as I have, and sadly, I don't think I've ever commentated him winning a championship. I'm trying to think back. We talk about this every time. He's always been the runner-up. Bless him. Alec, obviously one of his teammates, Fra, in there as well, up against Fire. They kind of take it in turns who's going to be in the final versus Future Flash, Fra and Alex. Fire, though, let's not write this guy off. He really put up a strong performance against Future Flash last time out. He is a very strong competitor. So this tournament, obviously you've got Future Flash as the big favourite. But below that, those 3 drivers, honestly, on their day, anyone could really pick up a victory and maybe see themselves in the final today.
I mean, worst case, they're grinding and competing for second place. I mean, that's, again, it's still reasonable money. But Harry, do you think we'll find the fire in one of these players to take down Future Flash?
I hope so, but the problem is Future Flash, but I spoke about his high level of consistency before. It's just that awareness of what he should be doing and what he should not be doing in terms of the tricks that some of these players could deploy on the race, and that's the main thing. And that's why we'll talk about time trials and the standard duel matchup, is that you've got to have like a plan A to E, like in terms of like what you should and should not do, and if you're falling behind, what things you could do in order to try and close the gap. It's very, very tough. And when you're behind on Asphalt, the very beginning of the race could easily determine what could occur due to the actual physics of how Asphalt works. And now the question is going to be like, who's going to get the inside lane? Who's going to be ahead first? Are they going to use that single double nitro at the very beginning to get that slight lead and then decide on what they want to do with their nitro management afterwards? And of course, all the barrel rolls and the 360s, which just to add to that, we'll have to see what changes have been made compared to last year. We won't see too many differences. It just depends on how clean and how aware all these players are going to be. But honestly, every single one of these matches in iOS could potentially be a grand final. That's how absurd it really is in today's tournament.
But if you were a betting man...
Oh, don't.
I mean, if you're a betting man, you'd put your money on Future Flash because he's dominated lately. However, Alex was the only driver to take a track off him in the grand finals last time out. Granted, it was on San Francisco, City by the Bay track layout, so which we do have. I believe in the upper bracket finals this time around, not in the grand finals, so interesting one. Switch up of the tracks. So the tracks, I don't know whether we're going to have, I don't think we have a graphic for the tracks, but we could go through the tracks, we could quickly talk about them. Because there's an interesting one in there, which is track 2 for me, which is Himalayas Cliffhanger, which can potentially cause problems. Drivers can definitely wipe themselves out in that. Unforced errors is a big thing in Asphalt 9, and that's definitely one. There we go. Look at that. Sorry about that. I was pushing production, and there we have. Cairo definitely, obviously, a more straightforward track. I would say like Himalayas for me is the standout track on this one that could cause an upset if we were to get to a third and final race. And it's a big if, but it's because, as I mentioned, Future Flash dropped a single track, and that was only in the grand finals last time out. So he's a really tough competitor that will be aggressive from the off. You talked about how he's going to be delicate. I remember last time out, he was very aggressive from the start, going straight across on the opponent.
I just want to add to that as well. With Cliffhanger, with track number 2, as you were speaking of, that track in particular has a lot of potential to close the gap, like a lot. Yeah. But with track 3, with straights and hairpins on Auckland, there's not really too much room for that. I always feel like the cleanest racer will come out on top. You'll see the better racer win 7 or 8 times out of 10. So if it goes to a track 3, that's when it will be an absolute nail biter, because I know that if they make even the slightest error, then it could be curtains even if they don't get wrecked. It's basically straights and hairpins in a nutshell.
All right, guys. Well, the wait is over. The first match is about to begin. And do you know what, Demon? Production really showed you a few seconds ago with the with the track screen, and now production kicking me off. So I'm gonna leave it to you guys to take it away with the game. But the first match of the day starts now.
How dare they kick you off? It's all right, Dan. We'll take over for now. We'll see you back very shortly once this first semi-final, which, like we always said, Lee, always feels like a grand final between these two. They must have come up against each other numerous occasions, and now I'm looking forward to see how things are going to fare up at the start of the year, because I have to see what changes have been made over the last 4 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, it's been God, it was November, wasn't it? November, December time we were last talking about these drivers, last competing at the top level. They've obviously gone through the time trials throughout January, and here we are. Now, they did actually qualify on separate tracks. It was Tuscany for Future Flash and Yafaya, whereas Fra and Alex, I never know, we ended up on Fra or FRA. We change every year. Qualified on Buenos Aires on the old city layout. So it was quite a late qualifying, you know, for Alex to come through as number 4 seed. Not usual for him, really. But as Future Flash, number 1 seed coming in, you know, he's got the big money behind him. I think it would be safe to say if we had any betting on this, I don't know, maybe there is. Esports does tend to have those sites, but yeah, honestly, coming into this one, he is a massive favourite. It's hard to bet against him just based on how good and how clean he's been for not only 2023, like obviously 2023 was a standout year. I don't think anyone toppled him. Which, by the way, I'd love to see him and Elite Joe in the same tournament. Were they at Barcelona together? Did you have them in Barcelona? You were in Barcelona with them last year, right?
Yes.
Did Elite Joe come over? He's the North American champion,
it's been a while. Yeah, I don't think it was, but Future Flash, well, it wasn't really too much of a surprise there in terms of like how he's going to come up jumps and actually be able to take it. But yeah, that would be an interesting feat in itself, because there is some regions out there, like especially the Asian region, especially like in the Asia Pacific, like they have some really, really good drivers. Like it's been actually quite incredible. Like I think that they can easily compete, or if not do better than some of the players in the EU and MENA region. So sadly, I know we're only second in the EU region,
all these sports.
Exactly, but even with this region in itself, like the caliber of skill between each of them, it's very tight knit. And even with the Android side as well, they've been tallying up their skill level in terms of the pedigree of it, like over the course of time as well. I've seen that 60 come out of the woodwork a couple of years ago, and even Future Flash, like ever since he popped off at Milan Games Week in 2019, he's just been unstoppable. Yeah, sure, he has had a few mishaps in a couple of tournaments here and there, but the last couple of years he's just been an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, dominated throughout. Yeah, I mean, it did make me giggle when we mentioned obviously your years in this. Oh, well, I'll get back to that because we're actually live, so let's get straight away. Race underway, and we're viewing it from Alex, and it's a great start immediately from the lead. Manages to hit the boost and get himself a perfectly clean run, which immediately puts Future Flash quite far back, actually, from considering it's just been the start. There's obviously no collisions with anything, so tricky track can be at times. We'll see. Obviously hitting the 360 is exactly where it needs to, riding the rail a little bit there. Does gain a touch of ground onto Alex, but overall just about the perfect start Alex wants it.
Certainly is, as Future Flash decided to go underneath. Good barrel rolls, actually crept up and is just directly behind him so far, using the double nitro to get at least a little bit of turning way, or leeway rather, as he's directly behind him, going to try and overtake him again, but Alex is literally body blocking him at the moment, trying to get round him. He's going to try and take him from the inside lane, used a shockwave and brakes just slightly to get a little bit more nitro to shockwave again, and now going over this next jump. Good barrel roll from both of these players again, but look at this, a couple of tenths of a second. He's going to try and overtake him again from the inside lane. Use that double nitro, but Future Flash 360 and over, and as you head into lap number 2, Shockwave comes out of Future Flash and tries to block him again on that previous ramp.
Yeah, tried to use that shockwave tactically there and wipe him out. Didn't quite work out though. Future Flash reading it and in the mind of his opponent, honestly. But this in a moment was where the ground was made up. You can see Future Flash has managed to get himself ahead. Just as we hit the upper and lower section in a moment is where a lot of the ground was made up by Future Flash. We'll see whether he can keep up. That was risky from Future Flash, really riding all his luck as he managed to go from 360 onto the bridge. Managed to keep his cool and hits the shockwave, and you can see Alex didn't have that shockwave available, which gives Future Flash a little bit more time. Almost had a misrule landing there though, but rides that corner absolutely perfectly. A tighter line than Alex, which is just going to buy him more and more time, and you can see it's looking like it's in the bag now. Future Flash should really have this one. It's really up to him to try and make a mistake on these last few jumps. It's going to be clear Future Flash will take the first race.
He certainly did. Great lines, great use of the nitro as well. Using a double nitro, a little bit more than usual, just to have that durability to keep himself and keep the lines intact and just to increase his lead. And you saw there as well, just over a second. Not too shabby. Great start from Future Flash. What we anticipated. And you saw from Alex, very, very close on that first lap. A few nicks and crannies here and there. Very, very minor errors which cost him and started to actually make him fall back a little bit further. But you saw from Alex, he tried to do a couple of 360 through the tunnel to try and at least get some additional boost for that shockwave to try and at least close the gap. But very, very tough for Alex. But he put on an extremely good fight in that first lap.
Yeah, it was this section here. This is where he made the ground up. You can see, obviously, using that shockwave to great effect. And then in the corners, just honestly, better lines, which is obviously strange for me to say with Alex, obviously, as an opponent, because Alex normally is fantastic on those corners. But yeah, tighter line, tighter corner, just beautifully done. Smooth drive, and you can see the shockwave from Future Flash. They're almost catching Alex. But yeah, honestly, in the end, just you can see he just gained more and more time and really ran the perfect lap, I would say, in that second lap.
Yeah, there was only one moment, I think it was when Alex was actually in front on the first lap. Future Flash got a few more barrel rolls, so he got some additional nitro to be able to overtake him during that inside lane. You said you were talking about the lines, yet they're almost perfect. Some of them were extremely good. And it was quite tough. You can see there's a couple more tricks that Future Flash was doing, which Alex was not. It was only on 2 or 3 jumps in particular, but it made a massive difference. You saw the time in comparison just over a second. But it's like I said before, they weren't even minor errors. It was just a couple of risks which Alex didn't want to take, but Flash took full advantage of it straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we move on to Himalayas. Tough track, as we were talking about in the build-up to this one. This is where Alex can potentially make his comeback. We'll see whether he can force Future Flash onto that third and final track. But for Future Flash, I watched the interview with him, obviously in preparation for this, just talking about his dominance in 2023. He did an interview with ESL towards the end of the year, and obviously talked about the fact that he really loves and excels in best of 3 format, loves the double elimination, knows and gives him that extra confidence that he knows he can take the race. But if he does happen to make a mistake, there's always a banker to fall back on. So he comes into these races with just full brimming with confidence that he can go for it 100%, 120%, just completely give it his all, knowing that if he does make a mistake, you know what? It's okay. I can come back from this. So it's difficult to come up against a driver with that sort of mindset. Difficult to take him down, honestly, when he's got such a confident mindset in there. It's going to be very hard here for Alex. But Himalayas Cliffhanger, as you mentioned, it's a track with opportunities to make shortcuts. They are risky shortcuts, though. That's and you know, is when you're behind, you've got to go for those full risks.
It's those straight jumps for the barrel rolls, which I like to see the risk come in. Like, we see it every single time. Every single player knows that these risks need to be taken in order to secure that safety zone, that safety net, so to speak, to maintain a lead or to potentially close the gap, depending on how far behind you are. And of course, the invisible walls, you've got to scrape round to gain that additional nitro. A lot of little things here and there on Cliffhanger, which can really shape things up to be an incredible race. And I was going to say that if Alex won the first race, I would not suggest for him to even like go to straights and hairpins, because I've mentioned it before, it's not really too much you could do to close the gap. It's whoever the better racer wins, so to speak. But now he's going to have to do it. He has to create this reverse sweep. As if you go into the grand finals from the upper bracket, you'll get that one track advantage. The last person you should give it to is Future Flash at this point, because we've seen he will take full advantage of it nonetheless. But we'll see how this goes. I do have faith in Alex. He's always been one of the strongest players in iOS. He's always been in that top 2, top 3 territory. Very, very unlikely we ever see him in like fourth or even qualify. It's a very rare feat in itself. I don't think we've ever actually even seen it from the stats that I've got, but we'll see how this is going to go this day forth. But he has been more going towards that route of the dirty tricks and the professional blocking, so to speak, and trying to do anything he can to make his adversary like feel uncomfortable. But Future Flash is just having absolutely none of it at all. He's, as I mentioned before, well aware of what could occur, well aware of the circumstances which could happen if he does fall for any of these plays. And with the physics of the game, Future Flash has even tried it himself, like in the last Open Finals back in October, with the fact that he actually landed on top of one of the players, but actually gave his opponent a free pass and gave him a couple second advantage because things didn't work out. So it can be very risky, even if you're the one to attempt it yourself. But again, we said it before, Future Flash, a very clean racer, and we're going to see if he's going to continue doing that next.
Yeah, here we go. Alex, once again, from the off, managing to get himself the lead. So good start. We are looking good at the moment for the start. That is an absolute rocket of a start there. I was making sure we were on the right track, which I was confused for a minute. But yeah, and honestly looking like a fantastic start from Alex. We'll have to have a look for a Future Flash here. So, okay, he's just a bit further behind, not too bad, still keeping him track. Once again, riding the rail. Let's see whether he can keep on top of him.
Alex actually wrecked himself at that point. His Future Flash is going to do that double nitro. He's going to continue on forward. He's no shockwave to go over this next jump with the barrel rolls. Shockwave is going to continue on to no end. And Future Flash, he's the kind of player where he won't place safe even if he's got a huge lead. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but not to the echelon of what other people do. They play it so safe that they literally let their opponents bridge a gap by a second or two, which is pretty unusual. But Future Flash is just not bothered at all in the slightest. He's just going to keep on continuing this race as though it's a time trial.
Yeah, and call me crazy, but is this a rematch or what? What's going on? Like, I'd like to know a bit more information, because we are on the same track once again, which is what completely caught me off guard at the start. I'm like, okay, maybe something happened and there was a rematch for whatever reason. Either way, Future Flash is once again looking dominant, obviously after Alex's mistake there. So, yeah, I was like, why are we on Cairo again?
Where's the snow? Where's the straight ramps?
I was like, this is not Himalayas, but like, don't call me crazy, but at least it's looking like it's going to be the same result once again. So maybe there was a connection issue with one of the players, I don't know. But either way, Future Flash is absolutely dominating this one, so he's going to be a clean winner. He's what I wanted to talk about while we were in the break between the races was I wanted to see on Himalayas, I wanted to see whether Future Flash was going to, even if he had the lead, continue to run the risk and go for those risky moves, which can obviously pay off. But also, if you're in the lead and comfortable, then sometimes you just don't need to make them risky plays. And I remember talking to, I think it was Jägermeister, one of the Android players that was commenting on one of the races before, and he was just like, it's amazing, this guy is just like, he's going for all the risky moves still, even though he doesn't need to. But he's just like, obviously when you're in that mindset and you're being that successful, you've got the confidence to do that. And that's obviously what happened there. So yeah, interested to see what actually happened, why we just had Cairo again now.
Yeah, because I was going to say, either global warming has affected the Himalayas a lot over the last 4 months. I have absolutely no idea, but maybe there was something in particular. Maybe there's a disconnect. Maybe someone wasn't too happy about a certain situation with the race. There could have been a discrepancy there. But same result anyway applies. It does seem like Future Flash will be taking that first race. We will be going to cliffhangers eventually to the Himalayas. But yeah, same outcome. Just only difference was Alex sadly wrecked himself when he was scraping towards the barriers from that from that first lap, trying to gain a little bit more nitro. But this is where it's going to get a bit exciting. You know, we've already mentioned it before, where there's a lot more tricks of the trade you can use to try and close the gap or extend the lead, depending on what kind of circumstance or situation you're in. And it's going to be quite curious to see who's going to come out on top on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So very confused, and they've even put the Himalayas times in the admin spreadsheet. So I don't know. I am very, very confused right now that they've got Future Flash down as a 2-0 and moving on. So,
oh, okay, that's straight. Because I thought that might have been a replay, so that threw me off. Because I was watching the side.
I assumed it was a rematch, but
yeah,
you know, we didn't actually have Himalayas, which is the interesting track in this setup. Don't know why. We had Cairo twice. Call me crazy. Maybe the admin didn't realize. I don't know, but the players absolutely would be like, sure.
Okay. No idea. We'll find out in a minute anyway in terms of what's actually happening, because we're not too sure if that was a rematch or they just played it twice, maybe because they couldn't plan Himalayas for a particular reason, which is a little bit strange
possible.
if that was the case.
Yeah, absolutely possible. I mean, it's obviously Gameloft that supply the map pools. Well, actually, it's more a case of here's a list of tracks, go for it, and pick which one you want. But yeah, okay. Well, it seems to be moving on to the next semi-final. So, Future Flash 2-0. I mean, I would say I'm not too surprised. Future Flash going through to the upper bracket final. We'll find out what the next one has. It is going to be Yafire up against FRA. See you in a minute.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and that was fast. I mean, this could only be an Asphalt broadcast, right, guys? Like, that first match flew by, Lethal. What did you think?
Yeah, first race was impeccable to say the least. Alex put on an extremely strong showing in that first lap in the first race, and sadly the second lap and towards the end of the first lap as well, we didn't see too many tricks from him, which gave Future Flash a huge nitro advantage, and of course he's going to take any advantage absolutely with ease, and he absolutely went away with it, won by just over a second. But the crash from Alex sadly is going to cost him that second race, and it was a nice comfortable victory going to the second one with the best of 3.
And Demon, with a little bit of confusion aside, I mean, the result was as expected, right?
It was much slower times, the second race, even though it's the same track as I say, as soon as Alex wiped out, that Future Flash just took his foot off the gas, effectively cruised around, just to emphasize the point, 11 seconds slower than the first race. That's how much he took his foot off the gas, but yeah, he didn't need to. He was cruising home to victory. So cruising into the upper bracket finals already. You know, as I said when we were talking about in that game, you know, he's a player that loves the double elimination brackets, feels that confidence oozes through it because he feels there's no pressure on him. And it's so dangerous to face an opponent when if they feel there's no pressure. It's always one of those normally you get it in like a lower league opponent that's maybe got absolutely no pressure on, a giant killers, as it were, you know, those classic sort of lines. But when it's effectively the guy that's won everything and he's got no pressure, that's really dangerous. And yeah, he's looking as strong as he ever was in 2023, 2022, 2021. Pick a year.
Absolutely, well, as expected. But now that is the first match over and done with. We are moving into our second match of the day. It is going to be the other guys. It's going to be Fire, I think, is that right?
Yep, yeah, Fire versus FRA.
Fire versus FRA, of course. FRA, FRA.
They released.
Fire.
We're always confused about that one, aren't we? FRA or FRA?
Yeah, we've never really settled on it either. I need to actually ask the guy himself what he prefers. It's probably just stands for France.
Right.
or Frankfurt, maybe. It's not the
what are we?
airport code, isn't it, for Frankfurt? Yes, it is.
Do you guys have a? There we go. Fire versus FRA, the two players. That was awful. Let's just pretend that never happened. Lethal, do we have a favourite between these guys?
It has to be FRA. The fact that he made it to the final last season was crazy stuff, because he always had a bit of a struggle against Alex every single time, but he's made a considerable amount of improvements over the course of time, and he seems, maybe it's still a little bit of inconsistencies here and there, but it seems to be pulling it off quite well. When he's playing his A game, is a very strong player to defeat overall. But against FRA, though, we'll have to see how this goes. I expect FRA to take this 2-0, but if I could bring out something out of woodwork of the last 4 months and actually prove himself. So honestly, we'll have to see how this goes.
And Demon, I'm guessing you generally agree. Do you have anything to add? Any controversial opinions?
Yeah, honestly, I feel this was a lot closer than you just thought there. I think Fire's got a big chance here. You know, he's come through as the number 2 seed to start with, so he's qualified higher. And I think it was a little unfair on him because obviously last time out he came up against Future Flash in the first race. And then kind of got blitzed in that, and I think he just knocked him hard. It'll be interesting to see, like you say, both of these are experienced. FRA's been around for just almost as long as Alex has these days. He's been in as many finals, so it's obviously a veteran of the scene. I feel for FRA, it's what FRA turns up on the day sometimes, because sometimes he's turned up and been absolutely amazing. Sometimes you're just like, God, he really didn't do very well today. So it's I'd be interested to see where his mindset is. Obviously, he's going to be zoomed in, but yeah, I mean, this is going to be a close race, I think.
That's interesting, because that's how I feel when I play video games, right? Like, some days I wake up and I'm on fire and I'm killing it, and then other days I just feel like I cannot perform at all.
Can't hit the buttons in the right order. Yeah.
Exactly. But the difference is I'm not a pro player. That's why I'm here talking about the games, and I feel like the consistency, Lethal, is one of the things that really does lead to success when it comes to esports.
I kind of feel like the way to fix inconsistency, so to speak, is the amount of hours you invest, and I think it's the only way you can close this out. I think every player here, understands that perfectly. But for Fra, I'm not too sure where these inconsistencies came from in the past, but he looked much better last season in comparison. Almost a night and day difference. And going back to what Lee said, that inconsistency could still be a possibility. Maybe he was able to bring his A game throughout the entire day in every series last season. This time around, it could be back to his old form or back to his current form from what it was 4 months ago, which is why I'm very excited to see what potential he has and if he's been continuing to bring that A game and also be able to improve from what he was able to go from last season, because that was the first time he's made it to a final in a very long time, if ever. So if he's able to do that and further to really put a dent into the armour for future Flash, then we could be seeing something pretty crazy on the iOS side.
That could be interesting. It's always fun to see an upset or things at least not quite going as planned. It's also fun when the casters disagree with each other about how a match will go. And now I know, Demon, you weren't saying outright, yeah, I think Fire's going to win, but you were saying you think it could be a lot closer.
Oh,
so in my headcanon, your team Fire and Harry's team Fra.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Can we do that?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Me and Lee normally agree quite a lot, though, don't we? It's probably one of the very, very, very few times we've disagreed.
I mean, I feel like, let's face it, it's going to be an RPM face-off in the lower bracket if Fra loses, or one of them's going to go through and have to face Future Flash. It's like, I don't know, pick your poison, really. It's going to be tricky for them. Obviously, we've already seen from Cairo, it is a track you can make mistakes on. Alex has done that. Himalayas definitely is tracks you can make mistakes on. I feel this is going to be a 3-tracker.
Oh, okay.
Maybe there already.
And Harry, do you think that's possible?
I think this will be a 2-0 depending on how Fra plays on the Himalayas and Cliffhanger. If there's the odd mistake or two here and there, which I talked about those inconsistencies in the past, then I would 100% agree with Lee. I think I just need to see just one track just to see what I could maybe come up with in terms of my predictions, and then it will give me a good idea of how he could play the entire event here today.
Well, we'll be getting there really soon. In the meantime, just to remind you, you are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series for Asphalt 9. We are covering iOS first. We'll be moving into Android a little bit later today. Still loads to come, so do not go anywhere. We're just waiting around for the players to get ready to go. Don't worry, we're not just sitting here talking because we like the sounds of our own voices. We're really excited to get into the game, but just bear with us. We'll be there very, very shortly. And of course, these players, once again, are competing for a whopping 1,200. Was it? I actually forgotten the currency. It was dollars, wasn't it?
$5,000 overall prize. Obviously, $1,200 for first place. So it's $200. Whoever walks away fourth place. While it looks bad sometimes when you're in a finals and you're like, oh, I was last. You are the fourth place in the world, or in EMEA, I should say. Certainly for this region, because obviously we shouldn't discount the fact the other regions do play. I didn't actually check. Were the Asian finals on earlier today? I know they tend to have them. And I guess North America is either following us or later on in the week. Which actually I'm going to be looking forward to see whether Elite Joe can continue to reign supreme over in Americas as well. So I would love to have a competition, and it's always the same, right, across many esports of like, I'd love to see the American teams versus the European teams versus the Asian teams, but sometimes ping in the world doesn't agree.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the one area that esports really struggles compared to. Well, then again, we can do offline events. It is possible to travel and play together, but yeah, we're always saying esports are so much easier than traditional sports because you can just play each other online. You don't even have to leave your house. But when it comes to international play, that is a little bit trickier. While we wait for the next game to start, I'm going to just ask you guys a question. Just out of pure curiosity. You've both covered a variety of different games over the years. Harry, I want to know, what is your favourite thing about Asphalt Esports? What sets it apart, do you think?
Well, Harry competed in Asphalt, you should know as well. He competed.
I could sit.
He competed in everything.
I could sit here all day with a shopping list, like literally. I kind of feel like compared to any other racing games, there's a lot of mechanics and fundamentals which just does not meet the criteria for any other racing game. With a lot of other racing games, obviously, it's all about the lines, your progress, your track study, your opponents, how they the small patterns you've got to try and exploit in terms of how you want to get past them. But with Asphalt, you've got obviously the nitro management, like with the game itself, in terms of how you want to overtake the little glitches here and there. You know, when you scrape across the barriers to gain extra nitro, the tricks, of course, with the barrel rolls and the 360. You know, this is just a few things. The physics of the game as well. I could go on all day, but honestly, there's a lot to take in with Asphalt compared to any other game. Yeah, sure, you could play it like a standard racing game without the nitro, etc., but it doesn't make it as appealing, fun, entertaining for the viewer. It's the fact that with this game, a wreck or any kind of destruction could happen, and it doesn't matter how high or low in the tier list in terms of the echelon of skill level it could be at, and that's what makes it so great. There's so many extra factors added to this game compared to any other racing game, which makes Asphalt unique, and it's been like that since the very early days of Asphalt. And they've kept to the same physics and they've kept to the same ways up to Asphalt 9 over the last 15, 20 years. And that's why I've never left Asphalt at all. And I think it's just like one of the best racing games out there by a country mile.
Well, that was quite the.
Sorry, that was a bit involvement. That was my passion.
No, that was incredible. We love to hear it. I mean, Demon, is there anything you can? Is there even anything left to add?
I mean, I'm quite a hardcore sim racer, so obviously I have that sim racing side, but obviously you can't do that on mobile. You know, in terms of mobile racing, absolutely, I would say night and day. Certainly ahead of the competition, as it were, Asphalt 9. And it's also been there for. I'm trying to think when I was commentating on you, Harry. Was it WCG 2008? Or something like that. It would have been like Asphalt 5 or 6 or something like that. Yeah. Me and Red Eye, yeah.
4, I want to say.
4, I think
it was. Yeah. I think 09 had Asphalt 5 and then...
Was it WC 2008? Was it 2010 or what was it? Was it...
I think if it was the I-Series, I think that was...
It would have been an I-Series,
That would have been Asphalt 4, and then we had 5 the following year, and then I think Asphalt 6 Adrenaline was 2010 WCG, I think. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, because
2011.
2008 was actually WCG Cologne. 2009 was in China, I think. 2010 was 2010 was 2009. No, 2010 was LA. 2011 was in Korea.
Yeah, got it on spot on.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing
old people talk.
You're old. Yeah, you're getting old, Harry.
A little bit.
I'm getting an update from production. I believe that we are almost getting ready to start. The players are now jumping into a game as we speak. So very shortly we will be able to jump into that. So the wait is almost over. Apologies once again to everyone watching. We just hope that we're being. I mean, we're hearing about how old Harry is. Like, that's entertaining enough for now, right?
No,
I mean, going back to talking about obviously Asphalt. I think the biggest telling story of a game is how much the car manufacturers have committed to Asphalt 9.
Right.
Like, they've all had their events in there. Obviously, we've had, Lamborghini series throughout it. Porsche have been in there before. And it's always interesting. Obviously, it's a new car, whatever comes out. But the car manufacturers really get behind it as well when they have these competitions. You'll see the actual manufacturers' Twitter accounts sometimes getting involved, or X accounts, or whatever you want to call it. It feels a bit weird talking about X accounts for car manufacturers. But yeah, their social media will get behind it. That's how much they also appreciate the game, what it's done for the scene and what it's done for racing games. Racing games in itself, that they've all had various levels of popularity. But I would say, in terms of numbers, even comparing to PC as well, by the way, I would say Asphalt is probably the most popular game in terms of racing games, because obviously mobiles always has the numbers.
Because it was originally on iOS, wasn't it? Yeah. And Android, and now you can get it on Windows, you can get it on Steam, Switch, you can get it on pretty much.
We had breaking news, guys. I hate to interrupt, but the match is ready. We are going to get straight into it. We're not going to waste any more time whatsoever. The second match of the day starts now.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Dan. And finally, we're going to get into our second semi-final. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Sorry for the delay, but we're going to get straight back into it now with our second semi-final between Yafire and Fra. And let's see how these guys are going to turn heads. With Yafire with a comfortable lead at the moment with that shockwave, going over the next jump. With Fra with that double nitro, going over the next jump, but he messed up the barrel roll here and just managed to stay on track.
Oh, yeah, just about safety. What a manoeuvre. That's what we were talking about. That's the difference between time trials and head-to-head. You can read the play, read the maneuver, and think I could do that. Fra just having about pulling that one back into location. I was wondering a moment. He was drifting quite far to the right there, but working well for him. Oh, your fire, Rex, and that's going to give, well, FRA is going to have a massive, massive lead here, and that should put Pate to the first race. So I mean, it was interesting. It does seem that certainly here on Cairo, left side is definitely the strongest. Oh, yo, it's Yafire. I looked across. I looked away for a second. Look at the track listing. Looked back and I thought Fra had white, but no, it hasn't. Fra's got this one in the bag. So just completing lap one should really have this one done and dusted. There really shouldn't be much. Whether Yafire's wrecking twice, he's just going to cruise to victory.
Yeah, imagine if that was the case. But yeah, Yafire, funny enough, actually crashed the exact same section of the track compared to Alex. He was 5 seconds behind. He's probably at least 8 seconds behind now. And Fra's is continuing with this race on the second lap like it's his day job, with that shockwave going across. But he could play it safe. He could probably use no nitro and he'll be fine at this point. He's doing so well, so not really too much needs to be done. But the reason why he crashed, or these players crash at that barrier, because they're trying to get over and go underneath, because it's a slightly faster route and you get a little bit more air time, of course, with the jumps there, with that nitro management before you go across the bridge.
It's the risk reward we were talking about. There's so many areas of it. It's interesting that both of the winners on this track have been ones that have had to make the overtake. You know, they've started behind and actually managed to pull it off. So for Fra, beautiful overtake, honestly, really well timed. That's what we're talking about, the experience, the head-to-head experience that some of these drivers have, certainly over not just obviously the competitors today, because obviously everybody here is a return finalist, but for competitors, that anyone that's coming through the time trials that maybe comes up against these guys, you know, they have been there, done that. They know their head-to-head like the back of their hand. They've won tournaments. They've played for prize money, so it doesn't really get in their heads, and that was it. That was the overtake from Fra, and then again hits the shockwave instantly off it and lands perfectly. Gets himself the third shockwave and just boosts ahead, and it puts instant pressure on Yafire, and that's where that mistake came from.
Sadly, Yafire has made more mistakes than I can count that game, or that race rather, and I kind of feel like in his head he probably makes that jump over the barrier every single time without fail, and he's probably thinking to himself, why all of a sudden if I failed it twice in a row, where normally I get over the barrier and go underneath the bridge every single time, and now suddenly, now that I'm playing in a race that matters, it happens to me. Absolutely typical, and it can happen. Happens to the best of us, it certainly does. But Fra showing that high level of consistency, which is great. Fantastic first race from him. Didn't really have to do too much because sadly Yafire put it all on himself, and we're going to have to see how this next race goes, going into cliffhanger on Himalayas, and we have to see if what he can do in order to bring this back. It's I think Fra's going to be feeling extremely comfortable right now, looking very good to go into that upper bracket final. But Yafire looking to go in that downwards trend to lower bracket against Alex. It's like you said before, you know, one RPM player or another, pick your poison, doesn't really matter at this point. They're both just as good as each other, so it's a real tough ask from Yafire here, sadly.
Where does your mentality go? And it's interesting. I watch a lot of sports shows, podcasts, etc. From ex-footballers, ex-drivers, etc. And it's always interesting to talk about their mentality in those situations. Of like, do you, like me, your average Joe would be, I shouldn't say average Joe because that's also a driver. Your average player would sit there and say lag, or you know, whatever. You blame whatever could be instead of yourself. Or, as a lot of the elite competitors will say, that was my mistake, I know how to fix it. I'm going to fix it. It's like, where would your mind go for that? Is it like, because for me, I'd just be like, rah, the phone would go over there. And
so your mentality will go out the window, basically, of a 5-story building.
That's it, yeah. So you'd be like, I don't know. I mean, obviously, you often will blame anything but yourself, is what I'm saying. Whereas the top competitors will often look at themselves and say, that was my mistake. I know how to fix it. I'm going to fix it next time around. As soon as we get to Himalayas, I'm not going to make this mistake again.
Yeah, it depends on tournament experience overall. If it's a best of 5, like my mentality would be to take it one track at a time and don't really think about the scoreline too much, because that's when it could really put too much pressure on you. Some people thrive off adrenaline, some people don't. So it depends on how you actually do thrive off it in a good or bad retrospect. But because it's a best of 3, that's where the pressure's there, and it can get really, really difficult. And it really is hard to really contemplate what could happen in a certain scenario. The fact that it's an entirely different track, entirely different country, then it's fine. You can just move on from that and just go to the next one. But Fra could easily do that. Yafaya doesn't have as much online and offline experience with Asphalt. We know he's been around in the Asphalt scene with the Snapdragon Pro Series here and there from time to time, but Fra's been here almost every single time without fail. So he knows exactly how to deal with those, not just the high pressure situations, but if he is on the losing end of it. And I think he's able to kind of rectify what needs to be done from an emotional standpoint, especially over the last 6 months. And you can see as well, he seems to be playing as good, maybe better compared to last season. And last season, the reason why he was better was because with his trickery and dirty plays, he's actually improved his dirty game. But we haven't really seen that yet. We've just seen him play a very clean race, and that's about it. Maybe we'll see a bit more of that if he goes into the next round, into the upper bracket final against Future Flash. But go back to this. So with Yafaya, yeah, we'll have to see what his mental fortitude is like going into the second track, because we're not really too sure how it's going to go for him.
Yeah, it's obviously, Future Flash, the upper bracket finals is going to be tough no matter who gets there. For me, though, yeah, we could be seeing RPM facing each other to knock each other out of the tournament. We've been there before, haven't we?
We certainly have.
We were there in the lower bracket final last tournament, actually, which obviously Fra came out on top. So, yeah, very interested to see how this one goes. If it goes to the Himalayas, which we're expecting, it didn't last time, but you never know. It might catch us off guard this time. It is a tricky track. It is a tricky track. We were talking about it. The layout, the cliffhanger layout, is one that can forces errors. That's why I talked about, obviously, the unforced error effectively on Cairo, because this is a track that I would say sort of beckons the errors a bit more. And certainly you're prone to making errors on this track more than you would be on, say, Cairo, which really, in effect, while it does have a multi-layered system, is a relatively simple track in comparison. So very interested to see whether Yafaya has the mentality, the fortitude to come back from this one and challenge Fra. We're just waiting for the race to get underway here, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. Here it is, second race. Fra, the current leader, 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. How's it going to go from the start? Fra's going to get himself a quick boost, get himself the lead. Neck and neck, though, as you see, a little bit of elbow is coming out. That's going to force, obviously, the jump for Yafaya, but he will be slower, and that gives Fra the lead.
I did mention it. His dirty play game is actually improved, but crashed into that first barrier. Oh, okay.
We're seeing a little bit far away.
I know.
I was like, turn. Oh my
gosh. But Yafaya with a great lead, and I did mention it before also, is that the cliffhanger is a great track in order to try and clutch up and close the gap and put pressure on your opponent.
So the question here is, does Yafaya go for the risky moves now? He's got that lead. He knows that Fra's got made the mistakes. So does he keep it now a little bit calmer, play it safer, while he knows that Fra's obviously going to be going for it with everything he's got? He's actually not that far behind. You can see on Fra's screen that, it's visible in the distance. So I think for Yafaya, this is a really interesting one for him. Does he keep doing those risky jumps? Does he go for those dangerous maneuvers where it could wreck him? Unforced errors, as we just saw from Fra.
He has to. He has absolutely no choice. Even if it costs him or makes it a guaranteed loss, there's nothing more he can do here. He can't play a clean race as he would like to previously. And it's a bend which you don't very rarely see a crash on. I think he was adamant, like his pride got in the way a little bit. He wanted to get that inside left lane, but
I thought for a minute I thought he'd missed it. I thought he'd missed the jump and gone down the valley. Oh my God. Getting myself hyped up. So this is looking like a third track is absolutely imminent now. We'll see whether he keeps on his dominance though. After Fra's error, it's looking like it's pretty good at the moment though. Yafai coming towards the end of the lap and does look like he has this one in the bag. Just got to be careful on his last few corners as he comes down the hill to finish the race. So Yafai will take it in 2 laps. Perfectly done overall. Looking like there's not really you can't go wrong at the end of the section here, I'm afraid.
It's happened before though, hasn't it?
You could roll it badly, but very, very unlikely at the level we're at.
Yeah, it has happened before, and I can't remember who it was, and we were just like gobsmacked. It could have been, and we were just like, why did you just play it a little bit more cleanly? Like, it was perfectly fine, but that was last season. But yeah, Fire does seem to be looking very, very good. He seems to be a lot more comfortable. You can see from there I'm not too sure if he was undecisive which route to take, but
yeah, was he 50-50 on like, am I going right, and then suddenly decided no, I want to take the left route, the risky route? I don't know.
I think his mindset was he wanted to go left, and then when he realised how far he was in the middle because of the durability of the vehicle, he wasn't too sure if he should just play it safe or not. But I think now he probably wishes he either turned a little bit, drifted a little bit earlier, or just played it safe and went in the right route. But it's one of those things, sadly.
Yeah. So interesting. So I mean, that's every single race so far we've had the leader making a mistake and giving away that lead. So this time we do go to a third track, it's like I called it, over to Auckland straights and hairpins. Bit more of a straightforward track, I would say, this one than that obviously we just had there. So this could be heavily down to that start. But I mean, it does seem that the pressure is very much on these drivers today, as they're all feeling it and making mistakes from the lead.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting, that, considering I was talking about how great Fra has been with his mental state, with pressure going into that, and then he crashed instantly on the first lap. So I don't believe in superstition, but I hope I didn't curse him. But it was definitely the vehicle. It depends on its durability as well. He wanted to go to the left side of the track, of course, but it was second guessing maybe to go to the right side to. Maybe he'll of course lose about half a second, but it's better than crashing and losing about 2.5-3 seconds. But it seems like by the time he had the time to make that choice, it was too late, and it happens. It's just one of those things. It's happened to the best of us, and because he's one of the best players here in the iOS region, it just shows that it does happen to the most highly skilled players here in Asphalt 9. But Yafai does mean though we'll go to a third track, straights and hairpins, and on Auckland, and it's a track which I've mentioned quite a few times in the past, where you've got to leave very little room for error, not really too many tricks you can do in order to close the gap. So it's all about having a very clean race, a lot of professional blocking, so to speak, depending on how aware you are as the leader. And we'll have to see how things go from here. But I do like this track for that one particular reason. Himalayas is quite fun. It's quite exciting with Cliffhanger, because you just don't know what's going to happen. Like the first 10 seconds of that track, it's very unexpected. But straights and hairpins, a good clean race to see who could be the better player. I've always said it before, 7-8 times out of 10, a better racer will come out on top. If we see some crashes, I'll be shocked. And if we do, it wouldn't surprise me either, because these two players, third track, a spot in the upper bracket final, and a chance to guarantee themselves a top 3 position, a podium finish in this Open Finals.
Well, Fra has been the one that's led from the start on both races so far. Obviously, led from the start. Yafai made a mistake in Cairo. Led from the start himself, made a mistake on the Himalayas. So expecting, a good start for him once again. Whatever he's got over his opponent, started on the left and then the right, so it's not really been side dependent either, because technically the left side is the strongest side, I think, on Himalayas, if I'm not mistaken. The start. So yeah, interested to see how this one goes between them. It's obviously up for grabs, place in the upper bracket finals gives you that extra buffer to certainly reach the next level of pay to get past. Obviously, you can't be fourth if you go into the upper bracket finals. It's not mathematically possible. You'll be in the top three regardless. So really, it is a place for a top three immediately. It's we're already in, second game in, fifth race in. We're into a top three decider effectively. That's how quick things can turn. So yeah, I mean, I had your fire from the start, but that error on the first track, I think the first track he'd just written off. He's just like, well, whatever. That's not happening yet. But I think for this track, I think, after seeing Fra's, I'm really confused by that mistake because I could see it. It's one of those moments. It's the classic car crash moment where you can see it happening. You can't do anything about it, and you're just like, he's gonna hit the barrier. He's hit the barrier. But it's like you have enough time that your brain already sees like this is gonna happen. This has just happened. So it's I guess from his point of view, it's probably a nightmare. But
it's. Yeah, it's obviously the durability of the vehicle probably, which is can throw some people off sometimes, but it's also a portion of the track where he crashed. It's very rare. I don't think we've seen anyone crash on that part of Cliffhanger before, so it's a little bit unusual. We've seen a lot of people just go to the right-hand side and just go, right, you know what, I'm not going to risk it. Yes, sure, I can drift and lose a little bit of speed, but also get a bit more nitro to compensate for it. But, some people like to be greedy and just... force themselves to that left side if they possibly can. It happens before. I said it before. It happens to the best of us. But I think by the time he was contemplating his decision, it's like, oh well, I've crashed now. It's just a little bit too late. But yeah, we'll see how things go. I think Yafire, the reason why he was so consistent for the rest of the track is because he pretty much knew he's won this. It's nothing really too much can be done on Cliffhanger, so he decided to. Just play it a little bit safer than usual and continue on forward. But this is straights and hairpins. It's little room for error, as I mentioned earlier. It's going to be a very difficult task for either player to keep that consistency with the pressure on this track. There's nothing too much you can do. There isn't really too many jumps you could really abuse, so to speak, to close the gap with the nitro management there. But we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the drivers to get this underway. We're not just talking for the sake of it. We are at the mercy of the drivers, and they are ready to go. So here we go. Talking about that start, Yafire with a decent start. The inside line is, of course, in the advantage for Fra, as once again we switch it up, and he does manage to get a little tail whip onto Fire there as they both hit themselves the shockwave, and away they go up into the top section. Decent run from Yafire, gets himself a lot of time, but Fra with the spin, win the wipeout, and that gives him a huge advantage.
This is exactly my point. I was talking about the awareness of being in first place position and body blocking, and he did that perfectly, and he knew that he didn't get as many barrel rolls as he would like off that first jump, and he realized straight away that Yafire had a lot more barrel rolls, had a lot more nitro to compensate for it, so he was gonna try and attempt that overtake. Fra was well aware, and Fra was able to now be able to push him into that slight bend, caused a crash, and now he's got a humongous lead here, and what a track to have it on.
Yeah, not too many unforced errors that's really possible on this track. You really have to make a big error as he goes around the little indoor section there, and Fra should have this one in the bag. Starts the second lap, got himself cruise control, not too far behind Yafire, but honestly, this is a track where there's not a great deal of places you can make the time up. There's not a great deal of shortcuts you can't. I mean, other than really being on the very much perfect lines, and I'm looking at Yafire and he's running it pretty ragged. So it's not really the case, unfortunately. And Fra's going to move through to face off against Future Flash in the upper bracket finals, which means obviously Yafire will go down to face off against his teammate, or RPM Fra's teammate, I should say, Alex. It's a tough race whichever way you go.
It certainly is, yeah. Fra actually messed up the first jump twice in a row with the barrel rolls. He's just not getting as many as he should be able to. Should be able to get at least 3, but he's only getting 1 on that first jump, and he did it both times. So probably needs to be a bit aware of that if he does play on straights and hairpins again later on in the tournament if it is in that map track pool later on. But it seems like your fire did creep up, but it's not going to be enough. As I mentioned before, straights and hairpins, it's extremely tough to close that gap with the lack of jumps that is available. And as you can see there, just about a second and a half ahead. And Fra will take it 2-1, and we'll see him in the upper bracket final against Future Flash.
Dominant performance overall. Fra coming out on top, and really unforced errors. Not really unfair to say an unforced error. That was straight up head-to-head racing at the best. Here we go. Just saw it there. Just nudged him into the barrier. Nothing your fire could do about it. He was at the mercy of FRA, and unlike the majority of racing games out there, you don't have to leave a gap. You don't have to leave any space. There's no marshalling going to be telling you off for that. That is all about head-to-head racing in Asphalt 9. And brilliantly done from Fra in the end. You know, that just showing his veterancy, effectively, his experienced head-in competitions coming out well there. And that means he's going to move up in a very tricky race, there's no doubt about it. The next one up against Future Flash. We've already seen him taking down Alex. And as you mentioned, it's a rematch of the grand finals from last season's split. 3-1 was the race score then. Obviously, it was a best of 5. But yeah, in terms of tracks that they'll be facing each other on, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Fra there. As you can see, confirmation of the brackets, Future Flash, which is Fra in the upper bracket, and then lower bracket to see who's going to be going home with $200, Alex or your fire, and who's going to be going through for a rematch. Versus Fra. I'm going to call it right now. I'm going to call it right now. Future Flash in the finals.
Well, I mentioned this before as well. Fra has improved his game in terms of his dirty plays. I know a lot of people are probably, not a big fan of it, which is understandable. But
it's head-to-head racing. That's part
exactly,
of it.
exactly that. And well, the first 2 tracks weren't intentional. It was just, of course, completely by accident by the own players. But of course, it was a little bit more intentional for Fra, you could see. But once he was able to cause that crash, he was fine, smooth sailing on straights and hairpins, and then he was able to take it quite comfortably 2-1 going into the upper bracket final. But before we go into this next series, we have to go for a quick break. So guys, don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hey, we are back once again, ready for some more Asphalt action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, my name is Falcone, this is Lethal, this is Demon, and guys, we are 2 matches in, and I've got to say, Demon, you win the little... I guess it's a draw, because at the end of the day, Fra did win, but it did go to round 3, which is pretty much exactly what Demon said.
I'll take it. I didn't get the win, but you know,
I'll let him have it.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good race actually. Last one, to be fair, it was down to obviously actual head-to-head racing, which is what you want to see. You don't want to see the unforced errors, which we saw predominantly for the first 4 races throughout both series. But yeah, it does move us on to. A mouth-watering rematch, effectively, of the grand finals last split. So great to see Future Flash up against FRA once again.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal, the reason I'm not giving it completely to Demon is because, as we say, Fra did win, which is exactly what you expected. You said it would be 2-0 exactly. So
I did.
You know.
I mean, in fairness, Fra wiped himself out in that second race.
It was basically a best of 1. It wasn't a best of 3. It was a best of 1 technically because of those unforced errors from both those players in the first 2 tracks. But the difference between the third one is Fra intentionally done that. He realised that he only did a single barrel roll on that first jump. Yeah, it was. If that wasn't intentional, I would have been quite surprised. But he knew he only did a single barrel roll on that first jump, and because Fire did 2, it means he's got that additional nitro to overtake him. He was aware of that, so made sure to body block. But it was body blocking, yes. I'm not too sure if he was thinking that it could cause the crash in that meantime because it was directly in the middle of the track. Fire took the risk. Sadly, the gamble didn't pay off, and now he's been dropped into the lower bracket. But Future Flash is well aware of the capabilities which Fra is like in terms of his dirty players and the trickery he has up his sleeve. But Fra is also a very, very good racer. So it's going to be very dependent on the very beginning of what he's going to do. And Flash is very good. What makes him stand out compared to the rest of
I'm sorry, but we've got to say that the next match is about to start, and I've got to go. So
see you later, mate.
You may continue.
See you later, Dan. Well, yeah, going back to what I was saying, Future Flash is very good at spotting out these little moments which Fra could definitely bring up onto the table here in this best of 3. So, but I love to know your thoughts as well because we already know how good Future Flash is and what he could bring here in this tracks. And speaking of track list, we have him right before your very eyes.
Yeah, first one, Osaka, obviously tight, twisty track. Not too many jumps. It's more of a tight, twisty, which, you know, I think Future Flash is so very good at corners. Honestly, moving on to US Midwest, that could definitely open things up. And then, of course, New York Leaps and Bounds, a track that I think we've had in the finals a couple of times before. I haven't seen it too often. It's usually one of those like 3rd or 5th tracks that you never get to. So we never get to see it. And it may be the case once again here. We'll see. Osaka's a track, I feel like we have it in the upper bracket finals all the time. Actually, tight, twisty track. Definitely opportunities to nudge your opponent, you know, get up the inside of them, maybe hit that boost, go for the spin, maybe try and dislodge your opponent. So going to be interested to see how this start goes.
Absolutely, as we're now going to start things off with Future Flash versus Fra in this upper bracket final. Future Flash does get the inside lane, but also managed to get up that jump first. Nice bit of nitro already to boot with that double nitro, shockwaving around this next bend, and perfectly goes into the middle, and now to get a little bit more nitro on the end. But look at this, so Fra's already by a second behind, but it got a lot of barrel rolls from that previous jump compared to Future Flash, so that'll give him a little bit of leeway to close the gap.
Yeah, heck of a lead there, considering, I mean, we were looking at it from Future Flash's point of view, but I didn't see any errors behind him. He certainly hasn't wiped out. Here we go, once again, round that big bank corner. He can make a lot of time up there, but Future Flash does it perfectly. Does look like Fra's gained a little bit of ground, though, if my eyes do not deceive me. And Future Flash, though, hitting that shockwave. Fra hitting it a little bit later, goes for the lower ground, doesn't actually collect the boost there, which Future Flash did, which is why you can see him going off in the distance, hitting the spin after spin after spin. Perfect control from both these racers. Do we expect anything less? But once again, I see yet another shockwave coming out from Future Flash. He is building that boost perfectly, and Fra can't live with him right now.
Yeah, the only minor errors I've seen from Flash is, again, kind of similar to what Fra had. It's not getting a huge amount of barrel rolls. He's only getting a single barrel roll after a couple of these jumps. It could be doing that on purpose just to save himself from any potential crashes or errors he could make, which could help Fra close that gap. But Future Flash is playing an absolute monster now.
Yeah, he's gone
on these tracks.
He's so far ahead here. And there's been no errors made. I think Fra's kind of given up now, looking at the way he's been driving there. But yeah, Future Flash just absolutely monstered this race. And honestly, I would have to look at the start again from the point of view of Fra to see where the mistake was made, because I couldn't see any. We could see them neck and neck, and then we could see them getting nudged, but I didn't see any big issues. In the end, Fra did disconnect actually towards the end there, so maybe that was something to do with it. But yeah, no, Future Flash just absolutely monstered that start. Brilliant.
Look at that cheeky grin on his face again, winning another track to his name, and it's unbelievable how far ahead he was just from the clean racing which he performed. No crashes, no wrecks, there wasn't really too many major errors coming out from Fra. Just Flash playing his lines perfectly, and the nitro who's bring to the table in terms of the management there, and how he would use the double nitro so well around some portions of the track was just unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. His control. I mean, as I said, I feel like Osaka's a track that's like made for Future Flash. It's just perfect for his race style. So it's not too surprising to see him being very strong there. Moving on, it does take us over to the US Midwest Transcontinental race. I want to say similar track, but similar style track. I think it's safe to say it's not another one of those that you can get caught out. You just got to take the corners well, which is exactly what you got to do in Osaka. Tight, twisty. Yes, there's a couple of splits where you can make that unforced error and hit the barrier, but honestly, the level play we're at here, I don't often see that happening. As I say that, we've had it happen a couple of times tonight, but generally. Yeah, and honestly, like for me, Future Flash is just looking unstoppable tonight. He's looking like he's on it. Yeah,
I can see why Fra's been working on his dirty plays more than anything else. Because if someone's going to beat you that efficiently on a track like that, that's just, we have to commend him for his performance overall. And this could be a way of him dictating how this tournament could end. The fact that he's already performed that well in the upper bracket final, he's not feeling any pressure. There's a lot of pressure on Future Flash considering his back-to-back victories, or the bullseyes on him respectively, and no one seems to be able to just stop him in his tracks.
He doesn't feel the pressure though. Yeah,
no, I mean, it's unbelievable. Yeah,
like he said in his interview, he just doesn't feel that pressure. It's not on him. His confidence is at an all-time high right now. He feels that. He feels that there's obviously, for the fact that the double in him is there, just gives him that extra edge. So he doesn't need to feel pressure on himself, because if he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake. So be it. I'll get another go. It's not straight up best of ones. Effectively, we're in best of 3 territory, then best of 5. Obviously, when we get to the final. So he just excels in this environment. Boys. Check it.
Down there now.
There's a code. Get on it. Redeem it. Screenshot. Get on there quick. It won't be that long. But thank you very much to Gameloft for supplying these codes. Of course, that's what you guys are here for, predominantly. I mean, as much as I love to think you're here to listen to me and Harry talk about the fantastic tournaments going on, you want those codes. But yeah, so it's. Get yourselves your boosts in the code. I'm not sure what the code gives you this time. I normally know what the code gives you, but I haven't had a little brief on what it's going to give you. But I'm sure it's goodies.
That's all right. I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for those codes. I'm absolutely certain of it, because I know I would be. I can't do it right now as we speak. Maybe during the break.
You could have screenshotted it. You could have gone in there.
I could have done, but my brain wasn't working that fast. Didn't get time to get the old snipping tool out, but maybe I'll try and bag it during the break. We'll have to see. But yeah, this second track, I think, as you mentioned, you are quite right. The only difference is there's a bit more spacing on this track. Still quite a few jumps in order to be able to close the gap. But honestly, it's extremely tough. I expect if Fra does have the edge at the very beginning, I expect a bit more body blocking. I expect a bit more initiative to try and at least falter Future Flash in some way. But the thing is with Future Flash, he's prepared for these potential tricks of the trade, so to speak, which just makes him such an efficient driver in Asphalt.
Oh, here we go then. So those codes, if you got it. Did you get the code? Did you get the code? Because if you didn't, you missed out. So 75 tokens will be 35,000 credits. That's nice. 5 gacha bundle, 3 gacha bundle, and 10,000 credits. 400 tokens in there as well. So yeah, so we're talking about tokens. Obviously, that's one a lot big part of the time trials, races, etc. So yeah, but look at this race underway. Future Flash starting off well, neck and neck. They go. Did you see it? We talked about the dirty players. Fra tried it there, went for the 360, but Future Flash saw it coming, hit the shockwave, tried to get ahead of him.
Same amount of barrel rolls, not really too much to say there, apart from Future Flash actually decided to shockwave underneath the bridge instead of Fra's double nitro. He decided to prioritise the durability rather than the actual speed, which is understandable, but it's still kept him on loggerheads here, still directly behind him, only about half a second. Good 360 coming up, but look at this from Fra, going over that straight bend with the barrel roll, and that's going to help him out massively, which is probably closed about a couple of tenths of a second. Not too sure if Future Flash is going to be aware that he actually went over that jump with the barrel roll with the straight jump instead of the usual 360, which most players normally prefer. But he's playing it safe, so it's understandable with the shockwave now going over this X jump. But Fra, even though he actually went out of his way to make that trick work, he's still behind it by about the same margin.
Yeah, and apologies, I had a different track in my head, but for instead of this one, this is actually a tricky track. This is a track where you can make a lot of errors, so it's impressive to see how Future Flash is just being so dominant still. You did say Fra obviously played it perfectly, but still hasn't really made any ground up back there, so against an ordinary opponent, maybe that would have been the way to do it, but as you can see, he's still trailing behind. We're looking for Future Flash. Is he going to make any of those errors? Shockwave comes out from Fra. You can see it quickly builds up, though, and again, Shockwave from Future Flash. Again, Fra going for that delicate play. Beautifully done. Rides the rails, gets that boost, does gain him a bit of ground, but it's still so far behind. He clatters the barrier. That's not the way he wanted to do it. He wanted to look to ride the barrier around, build that boost bar, but instead he hit it at an awkward angle, just clattered into it, and Future Flash is looking to dominate once again as he goes over the line and is absolutely impeccable, undefeated as he reaches the grand finals without dropping a track once again.
2.4 second difference. That's unreal, isn't it? Again, Future Flash, another grand final to his name, another guaranteed top 2 position on the podium. And for Frado, even though he's guaranteed himself top 3, he'll be awaiting your Fire or RPM Alex, another repeat of a repeat of a repeat. I don't know how many repeats we've seen of this matchup, but it's always a pleasure to cast these two going at it every single time without fail. But going back to the match, and people are probably wondering how on earth Future Flash was able to topple Fra by 2.4 seconds. A lot of little things here and there. We saw Future Flash using that break nitro trick on multiple occasions, along with the perfect nitro to kind of extend by the odd tenth or two of a second every single time, and also prioritizing the shockwave rather than the double nitro with the durability, which Fra was focusing on. But you could see here that Fra was actually going for that straight jump and the barrel roll for it to try and at least get additional nitro, but still riding that struggle bus to close the gap. Just shows how far ahead Future Flash is on the iOS platform. And let's be real, the iOS platform is one of the strongest platforms in Asphalt 9, and for him to be this far ahead compared to the rest of the pack, it's just I have to commend him. It's just unreal, really is.
Well, we'll keep our eye on that because we have the times, don't forget. We can compare the times when we hit to Android a little later on. But yeah, honestly, overall dominant performance. I think we both said it at the start. Future Flash, we expected him to be in the grand final, and there he is again. Unstoppable driver, player, whatever you want to call him. He has been dominant. The 23-year-old, I think he's 23 now. He was 22 last time out, so I'm assuming I've just added a year to him. Apologies if not, but yeah, honestly, has been phenomenal. It does mean, of course, that Fra's not done. He will drop down to the lower bracket finals, so he's not out yet. He's obviously top 3 guaranteed for him. It moves us on, obviously, for the next race coming up after the break. It is going to be Alex versus your Fire. See you in a moment.
Dragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
All right, the upper bracket is over and done with for now. So things are going to get serious. The elimination games begin, and it's time for some players to start receiving some bad news. Well, not really receiving bad news, but giving themselves bad news when they lose. Kind of lost where I was going with that. Lethal, say something.
Hello. There you go. So sorry. Yeah, this matchup's going to be an interesting one, so to speak. I don't feel like we saw enough of your fire to make an opinion on how this series is going to go. It's either just both have made unforced errors or it was a forced body block coming out from France. So I don't think we was able to really get really gritty with what he could have done to improve, because none of those races were clean at all, as both of them pretty much gave up every time they made those unforced errors or the forced crash from France. Right. So let's see what Alex is going to do. I think a lot of us will predict that he will be the favourite going into this, either 2-1 or 2-0, depending on what the track is going to be coming up in this best of three. But you're right, though. You know, this is the final lifeline here in the lower bracket, and it could be a long lower bracket run for one of these players, or it could only last. It could be very short lived. We'll have to find out. It should be very exciting stuff here.
Demon, do you generally agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, never write Alex off. He's been around for so long. Always a competitor. Always he's pulled out some amazing comebacks. So I never write him off. I expect to see Alex to go through and face his teammate in the lower bracket final once again, like they were last time out. And so yeah, I think it's tricky tracks, I would say. These are actually tracks that we ordinarily would get in the grand finals. So it's going to be very interesting. Lots of room for mistakes.
All right, guys. Well, the wait is over. The lower bracket begins now. Only one player will survive. Which one will it be?
Yes, that's going to be the key question here. And as we mentioned before, a lot of us will be making the assumptions for, in terms of favoritism, Alex should come out on top in this race, considering the paving he's made. He's always a lot of second places, more second places than he had. I'd love to know his not his win rate percentage,
his ratio of second places.
Yeah, like just the comparison, the percentage of grand finals he's achieved, and compared to like coming below the obviously one of those grand final placements. But your fight already getting in front of Alex, almost made a little bit of an unforced error with potential crash, but it seems like he's going to be okay for now. Does have the lead going to that left-hand side, but directly behind him, Alex, only about a few tenths of a second, with a few more 360s coming out of Alex to gain extra nitro to attempt to close this gap with Shockwave coming out of both players.
Yeah, didn't really gain him too much ground though, so it's a decent start for your fire. This is the over to the Greenland Airport escape, by the way, the track we're on here, so we can get a chance to show you the tracks there as they just catch a little geyser, and he does manage to ride that barrier perfectly, both doing similar actions, and it's going to be the pressure on Alex to see how he can gain this one. But as we said earlier on today, we have seen the leader making many errors so far today, so pressure very much on both drivers to see if they can perform. Alex gaining just a touch of ground there, but you fire with a healthy lead on this first lap.
And Alex decided to go for the left-hand side jump instead, using that double nitro because of the turns he needed to make. Needed a bit more durability there as he has the Shockwave going up this next jump. And is it really closing the gap too much? Your Fire's just doing a great job maintaining this lead with some good precision in terms of his lines, and now going to continue on progressing further. How safe is he going to play? Probably not too safe, considering he knows what Alex is like as a player. Even when he's in the lead, he continues to play unsafe and treat it like it's a time trial run. With your Fire now continue to do what he does best now, and just making sure to use that Shockwave, going to that straight line onto the next spin to pick up the next canisters. Misses one of the canisters, but that's going to cost him definitely a few tenths of a second. Give room for Alex to try and catch up a little bit, but so far so good from your Fire. He's definitely in clean position to take it.
Yeah, but Alex has gained ground, but is it going to be enough? That's the problem. I think he's just left himself too much to do. Definitely gained a lot of time on this second lap, but there's really not a lot of room for mistakes now for your Fire. Just a couple of corners and it's done deal as he boosts up the road. Going to keep riding that rail, gets himself the Shockwave once again into the spin, looking good for the barrel roll, and he's just going to play it a little bit safer there. Could have gone maybe for the jump. You can see Alex did go for it, tries to get that extra boost, but this time to play it safe, play it cool, and finish out the lap, which is what your Fire's going to be doing here. No errors from him, perfectly done. Takes himself the first track.
A little bit worried at the very beginning on that first lap when he gave him a little bit of a dig at the start and almost crashed into the middle, but he was able to recover. And we saw from your Fire, he does like to play it a lot safer than usual. You know, missed a couple of canisters, which I think was just a minor error from him. Purposely missed a couple of jumps just in case one of the barrel rolls doesn't really succeed, so to speak. But Alex just still was unable to close the gap, which is very exactly. And it was just unlike Alex, wasn't it? Because we know how great of a racer he is, and normally closes the gap on a lot of his opponents quite comfortably, no matter who it is on he's facing against. But really was riding that struggle bus for the entirety of his first race.
Yeah, just a slow first lap. I think that's really what cost him. I didn't really catch exactly what delayed him so much, because you can see he was pretty close and then he just really fell behind. Whether that's down to your Fire's excellence or Alex's mistakes, I couldn't really watch. It's hard to sometimes obviously tell when you're not always side by side. You don't get to see the maneuvers that they make. But yeah, like you say, that very early start where you could see your Fire was trying to put Alex onto the right path, ended up almost cost him. He almost put himself in the barrier, managed to pull out of it just in time and sort of get away with it. It does move us on to the second track, which is my favorite. San Francisco City by the Bay. This is a track that can cause a lot of problems for drivers. You, especially down in what really, there's so many places. Obviously, down on the run down to the port, you can make errors through the downhill section of the buildings. You can make errors in the port section, and then up towards the bridge itself, there is a lot of errors. So it's a tricky track, and we've seen many top players get caught out by this one. So very interested. Will Yafire take it in two? Will Alex manage to force some issues for Yafire this time around? It's a track that suits him well.
You make a very valid point as well with the port and the bridge. Those three jumps in particular can make or break a player. It can completely cost them
the bridge ones
give them
really
a big lead. Yeah, I mean, you've got the jump straight afterwards. If you can get off every single one of those with the nitro and then go round with that U-turn, honestly, anything goes. Like, you've got such a hefty lead that one risk will mean the second lap you can just continue on forward and play it quite safe. But yeah, it's a risk. We'll have to see who's going to take. I think obviously whoever's going to be behind is going to be risking it no matter what. It's perfectly understandable. And Alex, the pressure's on him now. Like, he hasn't actually won a single track yet going into this, and it's a little bit of a surprise factor really for us, because we expect him to at least place bare minimum top three. Always has been. That's been his sort of his repertoire of placements. He's always been on that podium spot, but now Yafire could be costing him here, as Alex now needs to create that reverse sweep. And City's Butter Bay is definitely one of my personal favourites as well, definitely in my top 5. And funny, with that first track as well on Airport Escape, we don't really see much of Greenland at all. So the fact that we got it for once here at the Open Finals is great to see, because it's definitely a track which is needs to be shown a bit more love.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you saw, it's a top track. The players know it well, so it's great to see. I don't remember if we've actually seen it in the competition before, so it's great to see it in there. A couple of tracks that are staples, I guess, is obviously San Francisco. And then actually, if we were to get to the third track, Rome, capital of the world, is also another staple in the Snapdragon Pro Series finals. It's two of these tracks, like I said, this is unusual, because ordinarily we would have these in the grand finals. But here we are in the round of two with what are some of the finalist tracks. So I'm really excited to see, A, what that's obviously going to bring for the finals later on, and B, these are tough tracks. Both of these next two tracks are ones where we've seen top drivers, be it Future Flash, Alex, Yafire, we've all seen them making mistakes on this, or even looking at the Android side as well. We've seen some big errors on these tracks, but here we go. This is a tricky one, and they both start off getting brutal with the spins.
Yeah, they're both not really given a care in the world, even though Alex has more pressure on him. Makes perfect sense for him to try and get that lead. He knew he had a slight edge due to his positioning, so he went for the 360 anyway. Yafire carried on forward, both with a similar amount of barrel rolls there. I think Alex didn't have as much air time, but Yafire is going to try and capitalise on that and at least go over towards his first port. So a couple of good jumps already, as both players just use that 360 to get across over. Double nitro coming up for Alex a lot earlier. Yafire actually prioritising. But Shockwave doesn't get a barrel roll, but it's just going to go for a nice, steady, easy jump so he can hit this next barrel roll. Managed to hit both and doesn't get as much air time, but is able to capitalise with the barrel roll at the very end. And Alex again overtaking his Shockwave coming up from Yafire and managed to get the lead in this first lap as they're going around this U-bend. We'll have to see if Yafire can maintain it.
Really well played by Yafire there. Just reading the positioning of Alex and thinking, he's not going for that. I'm gonna go for it. This is my chance. And that honestly, so many times we've seen cars come down and land on top, and then that's race over. So this is not done yet. Yafire, though, built himself up a really healthy lead there, and Alex is going to have a long, hard look at himself here and really go for it in this final real chance. This is where the mistakes can make or break you. Yafire ahead of him, going to be going for it. He's going to drop down, and this is where it cost him. He hit that rail really hard, and he's done it again. He's done it again. Yafire should take this one. He's just got to be clean here. He realizes it. He actually misses the second jump there purposely, I think, because he realized this one is in the bag.
It certainly is. It could be a 2-0 victory here for Yafire. And you saw from there that double nitro coming up from Alex. It worked before, but didn't have enough speed to get over that jump to kind of at least continue to put pressure onto Yafire. But it will be Yafire who makes it into the lower bracket finals and will be facing against Fra. But commiserations to Alex. He performed extremely well, but it will be Yafire making it with a 2-0 victory, which I'm sure a lot of people definitely may not have predicted.
Yeah, Redemption Series, that means your Fire coming back against Fra in the lower bracket finals. But yeah, honestly, I love this track. It offers so many opportunities for head-to-head racing to really shine. I feel it's one of the tracks for me that sort of makes this game look so damn good in competitive standings. And this is it. Like, you can see it from your Fire there. He's like, he's not going for it. I'm going to catch him. I know exactly what I can do. Just goes that little bit lower, that smaller, gentler nudge, hits the shockwave, full send, full boost. You love to see it. That's some great racing.
One of the main factors from Alex as well, you could see that when he went up both jumps, he had a bit more air time. So he's also a little bit more in the air. He would just get the same amount of nitro anyway, but the speed would deplete slightly. Your Fire, both those jumps he took, perfect barrel rolls, and both of them were very small amounts, small increments of air time, which means he'll still get the same amount of nitro gained, but will land a lot faster than he would against Alex, and that's why he was able to overtake, and then he had the shockwave to boot straight afterwards to overtake Alex again. So he knew that he had an advantage there, but yeah, crazy stuff. Alex already knocked out without taking a single track, which is very unfortunate, but commiserations to him. I'm sure we'll see him at the next Open Finals or the next Asphalt event, as we're going to be witnessing Fra versus your Fire in the lower bracket final to see who will win against those two to face up against Future Flash.
Yeah, rematch time. Your Fire, see whether he can pull it back. Obviously, it was close. It went all 3 tracks against FRA. He's going to be doing it again. Let's see. We'll be back right after the break.
Dragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we have just had our first elimination of the day. It's sad, but of course this moment had to come at some point, and we move on to the next phase of the lower bracket. I'm sure I heard you guys saying, don't underestimate Alex, but
Well, your fire didn't underestimate Alex.
Well, here we go. It's going to be Fire against Fire, and I've got to say, guys, I'm really liking the dirty tactics that we've been seeing from Fra today. I'm really into it. But do you think, given that Fire is his teammate, we'll see the same thing in this coming game? What do you think, Lethal?
I think we're going to see the same. Yeah, they're both quite. Alex and Fra are a little bit similar to that, but Fra's improved on that. Those bits and pieces in particular, like dramatically in comparison. Not because he feels like he's not as good as a driver, but it's part of Asphalt. You know, you've got to have these strategies in place at the very beginning, or you've got to have these strategies ready in case you haven't had enough barrel rolls up some jumps. So if you don't have enough nitro to maintain the lead, you've got to get ready to body block or force these errors on your opponent.
You know what, Lethal? I'm going to have to interrupt you again because the game's ready. Like, we are speeding. We're making up for earlier now. We're speeding through. Guys, take it away.
That's fine. We want more game time than chat. That's all I can say. Dan is now going to go straight back into it now in this lower bracket final here, Lee.
Yeah, Shanghai, not Shanghong, making towns up now. Shanghai put on Rise. Oh, that was a mistake from your fire. Clattering through there. Don't think he wanted to quite catch that. Just give Fry that slight lead. But as you can see, this is a wide open track. Huge road. Lots of corners, yes, but it is massively wide. Very hard to make a mistake here. It is all going to be about those dirty tactics that we were just talking about there. That's where you can catch people off guard. You can see your fire not too far away from this one, keeping very much on the heels of Fra. Now tries to look for the inside line, actually does try and go for it. Fra just lets him pass, doesn't want to get caught out there.
And I love that from your fire, using that 360 again to use the shockwave to go through that bridge. Your fire with the double nitro, landing on that gold canister and doing extremely well so far. Shockwave, sorry, perfect nitro now as it goes to this next jump with the shockwave. Beautiful stuff from both these players. Fra still trying to at least display some pressure, but it's crazy. Yeah, your fire just maintaining the lead, but increasing it as time progresses.
Yeah, I mean, this is like your fires just took that momentum past him and just left him behind. You can't even see him. It's like the nameplate's even tiny. What has Far done here? That's he's made a really big error. This is not a track you can really make an error on unless you can't take a corner. But honestly, it's a very straightforward track, one of the most simpler ones I would say in the entire series. So I'm surprised to see him suddenly so far behind. Your fires just took that momentum and absolutely ran with it. So yeah, there's no coming back from this for Far unless your fire really just bins it, which is almost impossible on this track.
And he's not even playing unsafe either. Of course, with this track, though, there's plenty of space to work with, so it's quite highly unlikely that you're going to make too many mistakes on some of these jumps. And as you can see there, just over 2.1 seconds. That's unreal. And Future Flash is probably watching these games thinking, okay, this could be quite a challenging grand final if your fire makes it through this series, but still early doors yet. But Fra tried to do best he could to apply some pressure, but your fire had the full package. Great lines, good timings with the 360s to use that shockwave for some of the jumps, great perfect nitro as well, and also with the break nitro tricks used on multiple occasions, a little bit more than you saw compared to Fra.
Yeah, I'm amazed. From this point they were almost neck and neck, and then just, well, your fire just disappears in the distance.
Yeah,
I don't really know what to say about it, honestly. Yeah, Fra just got left hanging there this time around. It does move us on to the second track, which of course is Himalayas, frozen route layout this time. So tricky track once again, completely different to Shanghai, there's no doubt about it. Probably my least favorite track. Hey, you doing, buddy? It's good of you to rejoin us. I didn't expect to have a third. He hasn't even got his headset. Just wave to him, guys. Wave to him in chat. He hasn't got his headset on, so he'll be with us in a minute. But yeah, I mean, it moves us on. Obviously, like you say, this could be a two and done. This could be a two and done. Your fire seems to be on it right now. Since he got knocked down, the wake up call, obviously up against Alex, he could be the RPM destroyer. right here.
It's, as I mentioned in the upper bracket, I still felt like I haven't seen enough to contemplate what EUR&MENA could bring to the table because of those unforced errors and the forced crash from Fra in the upper bracket semis earlier. But we've had plenty of time now to realise how strong EUR&MENA can be in these open finals, and he is phenomenal in terms of the clean racing and the pace he's been able to bring, and how he dictates it. He just continues to increase it. He does not play unsafe at all for that entirety of that track. He's getting a lot more comfortable now, and if he does make it into the grand finals, he'll be a force to be reckoned with. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, I think he's got a good chance here. We'll see whether he can bring it up. Speaking of bringing things up, there's a code. There's a code, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Quick screenshot. Quick, get it. YRW7GVTS, brought to you by GameLoft.com. Thank you very much to GameLoft once again, who've honestly have supported their game for, like I say, a decade plus, in esports. They've always been there in esports. Great to have them. And once again, here we go. Lower bracket finals. Fra not having the grandest of starts. EUR&MENA having an even worse disaster there as they hit traffic, and that's put EUR&MENA a long way back. But this is a track that will cause problems. This is not an easy track and can catch you off guard if you're not 100% concentrated.
Pushed him straight into that truck and just completely flipped EUR&MENA off, and now he's got a massive run here he needs to try and create to close this gap. It's going to be extremely difficult. We're going to see every trick of the trade come out from EUR&MENA, because right now, if he plays standard, there's absolutely no chance that he'll be able to close this gap and be able to overtake Fra, and he's, of course, as a player, well aware of that. So let's see what he can do now to try and attempt to catch up to Fra.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a lot of work to do, though. As you can see, it is a really tough track. It's a track that can cause so many problems, but this long downhill section, he's not going to enjoy that. Staring down the hill, seeing his opponent far in the lead. He's going to be angry after that start as well. I can just know that's going to be playing in the back of his mind, the aggressive tactics that Fra has shown yet again as he pursues him up the hill. Fra chooses to avoid the jump. You can see EUR&MENA went for the quick barrel, so playing it as safe as he can. Fra is here, so EUR&MENA, he is going to get a bit more boost, and you can see he has gained that little bit of ground, goes for that risky play, catches it perfectly off the barrier. He meant to do that, guys. That was absolutely perfectly played. Don't worry about his rear wing getting all flappy there. That's all part of it. It's just hanging on in there. He is gaining ground, but I just don't think there's enough. It's such a lead that Fra had off that beginning.
Yeah, he did everything he could, tried to get the barrel rolls off all the straight jumps on both laps. He's actually able to get some tricks there off some of the barriers just to try and at least close the gap further, but it's just way too much. That crash at the start cost him dearly, and it's nice to see that EUR&MENA did his best in order to try and throw off, so to speak, but yeah, it's just way too much of a lead to really close up there. So it will be Fra who takes it quite comfortably by 1.8 seconds shy. And now we're going to see it one apiece as Fra takes the second track, and we're going to go to a free tracker in this series. Who's going to take it and make it to the grand finals? Honestly, it's anyone's guess. But you can see here with the truck itself, it was actually continuing to go into EUR&MENA's path. He couldn't get round it because of the speed he was going at.
Yeah, couldn't do anything about it. But yeah, this again, we go to a third track between these two. Certainly been very close. Obviously, Fra came out on top last time, went through to that upper bracket finals and met Future Flash. Future Flash sat waiting for his opponent, who will come out of this third and final track. That track will be Cairo, Nile River. So I don't really think it suits either of these drivers in terms of like who's the better on it. I think it's going to be quite a neck and neck one. This is going to be tough. I can't call it. I gotta be honest. I think down to that single start really was what caught EUR&MENA out. I think EUR&MENA has been driving really well. But yeah, again, good old dirty tricks. The elbows are out. The elbows are out from Fra. He's getting involved. Yes, coming in swinging. It's going to be all on this start. We're going to have to be hot on this start to seek to catch any little dirty tricks that he has up his sleeve.
The nudges are coming in, and he's just continuing to do that. I personally think Yafai is looking like the better driver overall. Yafai is probably a bit aware of that as well. The fact that he was 3 or 4 seconds behind after that beginning and still closed it to 1.8 seconds, that's worrying. That really is worrying for me. Future Flash is probably hoping right now that Fra does take it in this best of 3 because it will probably make him feel a lot more comfortable. Yafai doesn't seem to be too lenient towards the dirty tricks. Of course, we've seen him do it once before, but I do feel like he's the better driver in this race, just in this series overall. I want to see if Fra is definitely going to continue to make the situation worse. 100% for Yafai.
I would say that Fra did play it safe.
He did,
certainly in the second lap. You can see he was purposely, like we saw it for Yafai, going for the dangerous barrel rolls, the low barrel rolls, effectively. And Fra was just like, nope, don't need it. I've got enough of a lead. I can avoid it. So he played it safe. But it's always risky to get into that mentality. We've talked about it multiple times. Like, do you continue going the way you ordinarily would in your time trials? You just play it safe? Do you play that dangerous game? I feel like Future Flash is always at that point where he will always go for it no matter what. Whereas these other drivers seem to be sometimes deciding. But honestly, this is it's a tough one. Honestly, we've seen both drivers coming back from being behind. We've seen both drivers having interesting starts, is what I'm going to put it down to. Interesting. It's what we always like to refer to it as. I'm gonna put my neck on the line and say Yafai is going to take this.
I agree with you.
Final.
I honestly agree with you.
Which it means obviously Fra's in the final.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Because we never get it right.
In terms of clean races and everything, I don't want to compare it to the second track because you're spot on. He did all those risks for a reason to close the gap. The first track, entirely different story. They're both playing it cleanly, but let's see whether going to the third track. They're both swerving a little bit here. I like that.
They went either side
already, as hitting those cars on purpose in order to make sure to gain a little bit more nitro. Use that shockwave now to go for this next jump. So Fra is going to be a little bit behind. Yafai gets that gold canister, so does Fra. But Yafai having a little bit more nitro. They're using the perfect nitro, using the double nitro for the durability to get round. Fra misses that previous jump, but maybe he was a little bit too cautious there. But Yafai got a commanding lead here by about a second.
No, I absolutely love that. Yafai almost baited him into having a shoulder barge and then said, there's traffic there, I can get boosts off it, and then for the traffic instead. And he's given such a huge advantage here already that he's got to see whether he can run with it. Obviously, we both had our money on him, so we'll see whether he can continue to play it that way. Fra is going to throw everything at this one. It is for a place in the grand finals, of course. $1,200 up for grabs in that final. But of course, you've got the defending champion sat waiting to meet you. The question is, who is going to be there? Yafai looking absolutely hot as he starts off the second lap.
He's not really playing it too safe either. He's continuing it both as the time trial. Is Yafai now great jump, great barrel roll with the double nitro to boot, picks up the gold canister and is going to continue to pick the next one to shockwave up this next jump. And incredible lines once again, and the timing of the nitro as well. You can tell he's played his track, more times than most people here, and his timings with the nitro and how he should execute some of these perfect and nitros and the shockwaves up his jumps is just phenomenal to try and increase this lead. Just continuing on forward, doesn't go for the other jump because he knows that it could be a little bit risky, even with the double nitro in play with the durability. But this looks to be safe in terms of how Yafai could take this. He just needs to continue on playing it safe now towards this last portion of the second lap in order to win. But Fra has just confirmed it for him with that previous crash.
Yeah, no, he went for it. He went to try. He knew he had the shockwave. He knew he had to ride the barrier. He knew he had to just risk it all. And that's what happens when you try and go for it. And it does mean Yafai is going to be through to the grand finals. The little fire icon comes out from Yafai. A little emote love on the end there. And gets the redemption story, obviously knocked down to the lower bracket by Fra in the semi-finals, the start track for him. But the redemption arc comes through and Yafai will make it through now to the grand finals up against Future Flash. And for him, this is almost... we felt that he had the momentum, right? When we were looking at it, we saw it against Alex. He looked hot against Fra. Great stuff. So it's really worked out well. Other than that, one really big, smash effectively being from Fra, forcing him into traffic on the last one. I love the mind games that Fire showed at the start of this race.
Fire will be making it to the grand finals. For commiserations to Fry, he did play it extremely well, but you could just see that Fire overall in a clean-cut race, he was
that's where he went
the better
for it,
driver. But this was a great play, and to try and risk it all, but he had to. There was no way he could have closed the gap any other way. Even if he made that jump and managed to gain the nitro from it, it still wouldn't have been enough. It's just basically a way to help him grasp a little bit of pressure onto Fire if he was making any mistakes along the way, which he absolutely did not. So this could be potentially a close grand final between the two.
Yeah, well, we will see, of course, Future Flash, the dominant grand champion from 2023. He's going to be facing Fire. It's going to be a tough old ask for them, no doubt about it. Let's have a quick look at that bracket to confirm it. You can see it is a best of 5, and it does give, of course, Future Flash that one track advantage because he came from the upper bracket. That's what double elimination is all about. But yeah, Fire on the bit of a redemption arc. Can he continue his tear and take down Future Flash? It's going to be a tough ask for him. There's no doubt about it. We will find out in just a couple of moments after the break, because Future Flash, you've got a contender. Can Fire do it? See you in a minute.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, it's the moment you've been waiting for. It is time for the iOS finals. Will Future Flash do it again? I mean, I think I know you guys' answer to this question. Demon, is it a yes?
I think so, but I'm really liking the comeback story that's coming out of your fire right now. I mean, Future Flash has still looked unstoppable earlier on. He's still yet to drop a track, so let's not write him out. Obviously, he has that track advantage as well.
That does help.
There's opportunity, I would say. Certainly the first two tracks is probably the best chance, perhaps. Well, actually, no. I would say all four of these tracks are actually quite tricky. This could be a good finals.
Well, it is time to find out because the finals, the iOS finals, starts now. Guys, take it away.
I love it. No mucking around here. Less chatter, more games. That's exactly what we're after here, Lee. And now we're going to see an unlikely final, I would like to say, between Future Flash and your Fire. And we have to see if your Fire will create that Cinderella story, so to speak. I think it's a fantastic storyline, starting at the very beginning of the lower bracket, having to go through both RPM players and now the current champion with a one-track advantage. If he's able to take this, that's something to write home about, and people could be looking at your Fire as not just a formidable opponent, but a strong contender, not just in this Open Finals, but for future Asphalt tournaments in the iOS side.
Well, let's hopefully have a quick look at the tracks. I don't know whether they're going to jump in straight at the race. No, we're getting straight into it. It is going to be Rome, Tiber Stream to start things off. As I said, tricky tracks all the way through. San Francisco Tunnel Jam, US Midwest Cover Bridge, and then Greenland Fire and Ice. Some really tricky tracks, lots of room for possible mistakes. But here we go. Rome, Tiber Stream to start things off. Your Fire, well, they're both in the blue car, unfortunately, this time around. And, you know, you can see he's just faced off against Fra because he immediately went for their head-to-head. But it is Future Flash that is well off in the lead.
And you can see Future Flash was aware that he was probably going to do that just due to the fact that he was also after for the blue canister on the left-hand side. So wanted to try and at least get that nitro. Was it worth it? Yes and no, considering how much he slowed down during that first portion of the first lap. But let's see how things are going to go. We know your Fire is an incredible driver with lines just as good as Future Flash, and we're going to see how his nitro management is going to compare as well, as it's looking pretty good so far. Some brake nitro trick with that double nitro into the shockwave over this next jump, and you can tell in terms of pacing it's roughly the same. Nothing really too much to write home about here.
No, absolutely. You know, obviously, while we're talking about the redemption arc of your Fire coming from the lower bracket, working his way through, we should point out that he is the number 2 seed that came through to this. You know, he qualified just behind a Future Flash in terms of the time trials. So, wow. Okay. I thought he was done then. I'm not going to lie. I thought he was done. But, I mean, that's obviously risks you need to take when you are this far behind the dominant champion of the last few years. You know, Future Flash really has been that strong, and we're seeing exactly why. Like, your Fire is literally throwing the kitchen sink at everything he can do here, and yet he doesn't seem to be making any ground.
That was certainly a time trial trick if I've ever seen one, I can assure you. As you can see, continuing to attempt to close this gap, and nothing much has been done really. Your Fire is probably getting a little bit deflated after that first initial budge, which didn't work out for him. His main protocol was to go for that canister, but it cost him so much speed and agility to carry on forward. But in the end, it will be Future Flash who takes this track now with a 2-0 lead in this series, and one more track could do it and secure his championship in this Open Finals.
2.3 seconds. 2.3 seconds. And yet, from your Fire's point of view, he was giving it just about everything. That's unbelievable. Future Flash just really is almost the perfect driver on this at the moment. It's really interesting. I'd love to compare his times with the America's champion and the Asian champions. This is to see where they stand in terms of times on some of these tracks, because he has been blitzing the competition today. That is a marker, if anything, to say on your first race against your Fire. Going over to the next track will be San Francisco Tunnel Jam. Yes, there's errors, possibilities on this track. Not so much as City by the Bay, but definitely still room for mistakes to be made on this track.
Yeah, one track away from Future Flash to have the perfect victory of not dropping a track. I'm sure I remember speaking to him, and yeah, he was getting a little bit leery on the server in terms of like being able to flex a little bit here and there. But I think he's realised just
got the arms.
Oh, exactly. he's got the arms. He's got the best hairline in Europe. What more could you ask for, really, from Future Flash? But to him to take this 3-0, even with the one track lead, like he earned it, considering he came from that upper bracket. To win it flawlessly, very rare and just in any esport, and for him to do it in Asphalt 9 here, would have to commend him for like such a phenomenal performance, because these players, you know, got a lot of the RPM boys here. Fire's been putting on a show with his driving skill and his prowess on the server, and the fact that Future Flash is still so far ahead, it's makes you wonder really what they need to be able to do in order to keep up with the caliber of skill that Future Flash has been performing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just dominant first race there. We are going to be moving on to Tunnel Jam, as I mentioned. US Midwest covered bridge. Tricky track. Could cause problems. Same with Greenland Fire Ice. So I'll say none of the tracks are really easy, I would say, this time around. So very happy to see that. Also, a different track list for the finals, which is like I mentioned earlier on. We've had Rome, capital of the world, San Francisco, City by the Bay. We've had them in the finals for 3 years, I think, now. Which is fine. It just means the drivers sometimes can practice for it. But here we go. Track number what is effectively 3, because it's a 2-0 lead for Future Flash here. So chance to just take it all in one here in one single track. And they do go for it, but it's Future Flash that comes out on top. But he hasn't got that big a lead this time around. You fire very much on him. Shockwave hit by both drivers. Oh, but Future Flash even goes for a couple of cheeky spins in there to build more boost.
I told you, Future Flash is prepared for these little dirty shenanigans, so to speak, and is making it very cost effective for him. Great double nitro to be able to lean towards the left hand side and now go around this U-bend. Saved up this shockwave, now going up to this next jump. Good barrel roll, and didn't get as much airtime. It's for a double, but your fire definitely made sure he'd get as much barrel rolls and airtime as possible, and he manages to take the lead using the brake nitro trick now to switch from the shockwave over to the perfect nitro, but back and forth between the two, and using the 360 with Future Flash, able to get in the inside, shockwave it over to the second lap, and my goodness here, Lee, it's going to be a doozy going into this second lap.
You saw it. You could see it. They were looking at each other on the minimap, and you saw your fire's intent going for that spin. He knew exactly what he was doing and almost clattered Future Flash there. Just wanted to catch him with his rear, and he would have absolutely smashed him, but it wasn't quite the case. Future Flash holding on to that boost as well, that shockwave. Your fire just a little out of control, still managing to keep very much tight on him. Goes for a late 360 spin there just to try and keep it up, and the boost to the control at the moment for Future Flash is phenomenal.
He saved his shockwave during that last portion of the track, but your fire's nitro was pretty much depleted, so all he could do was double nitro over those last 2 jumps. But Future Flash's nitro management looking so good right now, as he's just going to double nitro a little bit, just use that brake nitro trick to get across the line with the shockwave, and Future Flash, with an amazing record here, wins by 1.2 seconds. He will be your champion here. The Asphalt 9 Open Finals, 3-0, not dropping a single track from the entirety of this tournament. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance from the Greek. Future Flash doing wonders once again. Really tight final race there, though, no doubt about it. Your fire pushing him all the way, but Future Flash, he just read every part of it perfectly, knew exactly what he was doing throughout, and even when your fire looked to be just about to nick it, he came straight back. They actually chose different routes, which I love to see on this. Sometimes it plays off. You saw your fire there, knew what was coming, went for the spin to try and catch him, but Future Flash just boost control on that final lap was absolutely impeccable. Brilliant performance from a well-deserved champion, a defending champion, I should say, continuing on with back-to-back wins here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Love it.
Yep, Future Flash is going to have to maybe get an additional shelf or cabinet for his trophy collection here, because it could be another year of great displays from Future Flash once again. It's just amazing. I really do appreciate this pedigree of skill he does bring against all these drivers here in the iOS region. The fact that your Fire looked like a great driver, very clean, great lines. The nitro management was equally as good, but Future Flash still finds his little ways to kind of at least exert himself a little bit more in terms of pressure and skill. But again, we can't say any more great things about him.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is the consistency. The fact that we've seen Alex, Fra, and Yafire all make errors tonight. Future Flash has not made a single mistake in any of the tracks he's driven. Obviously, you know, it's been 7 races for him effectively. Well, actually 6, because he was given one for the grand final. Yeah. So 6 tracks, not a single mistake made. Even when he was behind at the start, don't forget, against Alex on Cairo, still managed to just hold his nerve, play perfectly, and outdrive his opponents. Just overall, a magnificent performance once again from Future Flash. We're running out of superlatives for this guy. He just keeps on delivering. Yeah, superb performance, well-deserved champion here at Snapdragon Pro Series. But that's not it for us. That's it for the iOS. Future Flash, the champion. Who can better him or do as well on the Android? We'll find out after the break.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop. Life like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my...
We are back. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series. The iOS finals are done. Future Flash has done it again, and so now we move swiftly on to iOS. We got a different group of players, but the same competition. And well, I mean, I'll throw it over to you, Lethal. What do you expect to see here in Android? Sorry, what's different about the Android players?
Well, with the Android players, I want to see if it's still going to be the Suchti versus Jägermeister show. It's always have been. We know that Jägermeister won 2 or 3 competitions in a row once upon a time. Suchti said hello and made his name known and made a huge impact also during that time with a 3-0 or 3-1 victory, which is unreal. But again, that was at least a year ago. But it seems like there's been a few rivalries now increasing over to the Android side. So it'd be interesting to see how they've been performing over the last 4 months since the last one.
We're going to take a look at the format, just to remind you guys, if you're just tuning in, how the players got to this point in the competition. Of course, first, it starts with the time trials in Asphalt 9. Demon, why don't you talk us through that again real quick?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've been talking about the tokens that you can get from the codes that have been coming up on the screens. You need those, obviously, for the time trials and get yourself through there. Time trials can be tricky, but you can also risk it all and try as many quick routes as you can to get yourselves that fastest time in EMEA, which is what got these people here in the first place. It's brought us, of course, to the Open Finals, which we have today. Double elimination, best of 3 series, up until the Grand Finals, which will be a best of 5, weighted in the advantage from the upper bracket.
Brilliant. Couldn't and wouldn't have done it better myself, Demon. But what I am good at talking about is money. Let's take a look at the prize pool and what these players are competing for. $1,200 up top, just like the iOS finals. And I know we talked about this briefly earlier, Lethal, but I'm going to say it again. That's not bad, is it?
Even just qualifying and guaranteeing yourself $200 is a nice chunk of change to start with here, but it's 1,200 smackers. We know it's all about the pride of being the champion here. 1,200 is just a nice little bonus, isn't it?
1,200 smackers. Love that.
I don't think anyone outside of London understands that, to be honest.
Let's take a look at
me, come on.
Let's take a look at the qualified players for Android and see who we've got this time. Presumably, Jägermeister's going to be in there. And yeah, once again, very similar list to last time, Demon.
Yeah. Exactly. Obviously, Jägermeister and Suchti were the finalists last time out in the grand final. Suchti took it 3-0, if my memory serves correct. But I think they faced each other in the upper bracket as well. David as well, returning in here. David. We never really understood which one it is. He's from Italy, as all we can say. Zahid, though, the new competitor. I don't think I've seen Zahid unless it's a rename in here before. So it's great to see new blood. That's what we're talking about. 7 of 8 returning. Zahid is that one new contender.
Well, you never know. New blood could end up being such a surprise for the other players. You know, you never know how good someone could be. They could be like
even with the times, by the way, because Suchti and the Jägermeister qualified on a different track too. Which is why it's like a 7-second difference or something like that. They're not like that much better.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, here's the bracket for the coming up matches. And as I was just saying, new blood could mean, you know, you could have a secret... oh, what's the word? The word for someone that's like born to do something. My mind's gone blank.
Well, for us, it's a skill issue. So,
okay. Well, it might be a new player that just doesn't have a skill issue and just happens to have never played competitively before. You never know, and it's always exciting to see new players. Do you think, Lethal?
You couldn't ask for more, really, yeah. When I see 1 or 2 players introduced and made it into this top 4 for an Open Finals, very curious to see what they can really bring and what kind of performance they can show.
Lethal, we're going to find out because the first match of Android is already ready. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Dan. Let's have a little look to see what is going to happen between Jägermeister and David. And we know that with Jägermeister as well, I think every single time these two have matched up against each other, I do believe Jägermeister's come out on top every single time. I'm very curious about the other semi-final, just overall. I know we haven't had time to talk about it, but we can talk about that later on. That's fine. But Jägermeister, every single time, has come out trumps in this series. Let's see if we'll continue that trend an upward spiral, or maybe he could choke. We could find out. But with David now, he's going to be going up this first jump. He's going to be actually given the lead here. No dirty tricks at the beginning like we've seen from the iOS side, but Jägermeister could be landing on top of him, but it looks like he's going to be just slightly behind, only by a couple of tenths of a second. Both players using that double nitro to go around this next corner.
Yeah, I think Jägermeister almost avoided him there, just made sure he didn't catch him at the right time. Now he takes the lead, though, so it steps up that aggression, as it were, as he goes for that extra shockwave boost through the air and builds himself a bit of a lead up over the Italian here, David. We'll see whether he can keep up with this one. No, because he just wiped himself out, and that almost hands victory to Jägermeister in lap 1.
Yeah, in track number 1, this could be going in Jägermeister's favour unless he creates an unforced error himself, but with his track record, it's going to be very unlikely, considering how much in the comfort zone he's placed himself in. Well, he didn't place himself in it. David has done it for him, which is very nice of him. But he's still got a couple of tracks to go to create that reverse sweep. But continuing in this first track anyway, Jägermeister now just playing it cool, playing it smooth, saving use that double nitro for the durability to get round to some of these jumps. And now he's going to the shockwave over this next one. He's going to continue playing it unsafe just to be extra sure, just to give David the feeling in terms of his mental state, but there's actually no point even attempting to try and catch up to him.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see which Jägermeister turns up today, because sometimes we've seen him come into these Android competitions be absolutely unstoppable. And other times he just seems a little off it. Yeah, he might reach the final. Like if I'm thinking of obviously last split we had, where he looked okay coming through and then just got destroyed in the finals, just didn't really turn up to it. So I'm very interested to see. This is like the mentality check, effectively, of obviously when he has such a strong lead like this, just how he's going to play it out. Looking like it's going to be a solid win for him as he just cruises to victory after, well, what was an unforced error for David there. So good start for Jägermeister. Takes himself the first track on Cairo, the city of 1,000 minarets. And that will move us over to track 2, which will be Himalayas, hopefully this time around, the cliffhanger.
8.5 second difference between the two. That's the difference there of Jägermeister just taking advantage of that crash, sadly, from David. But these things happen, and everyone in the Asphalt 9 competitors scene are well aware of these circumstances creating itself. Now, what I mentioned about this first portion of the track, the real reason why Jägermeister did not risk landing on top of him is with the physics of Asphalt 9. Yeah, sure, more times than not, if you land on top of him, yeah, the person who's actually landed on top should be the one with the advantage, and it forces the crash or the wreck, so to speak, onto your opponent. But there has been small instances, the probability is small, but again, you want to limit that consistency, do you? So there's been times where they've landed on top, but their opponent actually is fine, but you've wrecked yourself in the process. So that's why you see some players playing it a little bit more cleanly and being a bit more respectful of their opponent, just in case those situations do arise.
Yeah, not the time for any mistakes like that. So yeah, good thinking from Jägermeister, on the spot thinking there. So that's what I like to see. But yeah, honestly, overall, solid start from Jägermeister. What we kind of expected, took it a little risky when he needed to. There was a cautious outside of that. It does mean, of course, moving on to Himalayas, it is going to be a trickier track than Cairo. Cairo is relatively safe. Yes, you have a lot of jumps, you have a lot of flips, there's a lot of chance, but I'm talking like on the skill level of these guys, it's a relatively safe track outside of the crash that David had. But yeah, Himalayas is obviously a much trickier track, so interested to see how this one goes. I expect both of them to be going left side for the risky jump, which, you know, for us is like almost impossible for these guys. They do it every day, so it's a risky jump for us. Remember though, last time out we actually had a weird crash from Fra on this track, because obviously we never got to see the race play out for Future Flash, but for Fra, this is where he made the unforced error at the very beginning, at the very first split. You saw it coming. It was a hideous car crash. This time around, though, we'll see whether these guys make that same mistake.
I was just looking actually, and funny enough, Jägermeister finished with a time of 2 minutes 13.498. And Future Flash, guess his time. 2 minutes 13.498.
Wow.
Literally identical times. That was just a little fact there. I just thought I would bring that up because I wanted to compare a few times. So
Did the admin just copy paste it?
I'm thinking that.
Let's see, Jägermeister. This is what we're talking about. He's just coming up here, so it's going to be a low barrel roll from David. That's going to give him an early lead advantage, giving the extra boost advantage as well. So the shockwave will come out. Left side almost certainly going to be decided for him as he continues on down the hill. And we'll see how it plays out for him as they go through. That's what I was talking about. That's the tricky bit for you and me. We would screw that up every second of the...
In terms of invisible walls, I
cautious
wouldn't
there on Jägermeister.
Jägermeister chooses to go low. And David now, still use double nitro to get around his next corner, but he's actually managed to get
he clipped traffic. That's
cost him. Jägermeister to now gain full advantage on that. That was very, very unfortunate. Jägermeister continuing to now increase his lead. Has the nitro available to go around his next and to use that perfect nitro break. So he got nitro trick. As the shockwave is going to Alto's going over this left-hand side. Barrel roll.
It's going to be absolutely and solid glorious. I mean, I would say that's pretty darn unlucky for him, to be fair. But it's looking like a lower bracket race will be pending for him. It's going to be a tough one, whoever he faces. Jägermeister is looking like he's on it. David will wipe out.
Ahead.
Jägermeister continues his dominance. It's going to be a 2-0 closer for him. Harry, is there any sign of you?
This invisible wall. Is able to grind and use that double nitro once again and performing extremely well. And now looking to try and get that shockwave across.
Well, I'm back at least. Hopefully things will continue on the way they were. Not too sure exactly what happened there. What I was saying was that the fact that Jägermeister is looking at yet another dominant victory here, Lethal. I'm not too sure what your thoughts were on this one. David, honestly, I felt that he was very unlucky with the fact that he basically, they were both almost head-to-head, neck and neck, David on the inside, but he just caught one of those, I wouldn't say parked vehicle, but it was a head-on effectively with an oncoming traffic, and that just absolutely ruined his race.
I couldn't believe it, honestly. There's times where things are unfortunate, or you may have created the unforced error yourself. But yeah, that was the killing blow, so to speak, for David's momentum there. But Jägermeister, as we predicted, will be continuing on forward in the upper bracket final with a clean 2-0 victory. Of course, winning by just over 8 seconds in the last track, just over 7 seconds for this one. Looking very good indeed.
Look at the swerve. I love it there. Swerve from David, because he knew he was going to get wrecked if he got caught by the side swipe of Jäger. Really well, great reactions. That was the car. That was the car. That was so unlucky. I feel for him. There's no way you can see it at that speed. Like you've got milliseconds to react. Yeah, there was that wreck was just like a causal reaction from it. But yeah, I really feel sorry for David there.
Yeah, it wasn't humanly possible to even be able to avoid that. That was just a very unfortunate circumstance. But it will be, you must have gone into the upper bracket final. He'll be matching either against the likes of Suchti as well as Sahid, an opponent we're not too familiar with. But that's what's going to be very exciting to see what he can bring.
Is it a new prodigy? Is it someone else that's coming through? I mean, he came through with the top qualifying time, so he's coming through as the number 3 seed, which is great to see. Suchti, obviously defending champion, coming through from the Snapdragon Pro Series, so definitely up against it in his first race here on the big screen.
It's going to be very hard to tell how this is going to go. I'm hoping, obviously, we've said it before where I remember with your fire, we weren't too sure what he could bring because of the fact that with those unforced errors and the forced crashes, it took a couple of series for us to understand what we could expect from him. Could be the same for Sahid. And against Suchti, a current champion at this stage, it's going to be a tough ask, but the pressure's not on him. It's obviously on Suchti. But we do have a break, so before we head into that second semi-finals, make sure you get a drink, a snack, anything you want to do in these next few moments, as don't go anywhere, as we'll be back very shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, the Android finals started with a bang, with Jägermeister doing what he does best and just destroying his opponent. But now, as you said, Prodigy, I always get that word wrong, but Prodigy was the word I was looking for earlier, Demon. You got there. Are we about to see a Prodigy?
It could be a twisted fire starter. We'll see whether it's Zahid can come out on top. Obviously, up against the defending champion in Suchti, it's going to be a really tricky task for him. I mean, his first broadcast race, and he's up against the defending champion. It's not really what you want, is it? But I guess you got to beat the best to get there in the end. So he's going to have an easy track to start things off. He's going straight into Osaka. So you know what? Maybe this could be the perfect start for him.
Well, there's no time like the present to find out as the second Android match is ready to go. Lethal, Demon, let's hear it.
Certainly will indeed, Dan, as it's very exciting to witness what Zahid could bring as now Suchti, the current champion here on the Android side, looking to defend his title against a player we're not too familiar with, but these next two, potentially three tracks could definitely give us an idea of what to expect in this Open finals.
Yeah, once again, the Zenvo looking fantastic as here we get underway. Suchti with a poor connection. That's not what you want to see from the very start, but it does manage to both take themselves, and that was risky. That's what we're talking about. When you land on top of someone, it can go either way. This time they actually both got away with it, so you really never know. We saw Jägermeister backing out of it because you just don't quite know sometimes on the physics. Am I going to hit the right point? Is it going to pay off for me? But it has given Suchti a big advantage, and you can see he has absolutely blasted ahead in the distance here on Cairo.
He certainly has, and the reason why nothing happened between the two is that both of them were going relatively the same speed and the same nitro as well. But Zahid was just trying to go over that bridge, but decided to continue on forward on the right-hand side of the track because we've already seen a couple of crashes there from both Fra and Alex earlier on. So decided just to not even bother, not even risk it. Let's just continue on forward, even though he is considerably behind. Well, I'd say probably about 2 seconds here, considering this next jump, but it depends on the airtime and the barrel rolls he's going to get from it. But still looking pretty good. He's going to use that 360 so he can shockwave up this next jump. We've seen some players decide to prioritise the 360 instead, but Suchti looking so good. A complete terror on this circuit.
Yeah, very much continuing on where he left off back in November as the defending champion. And Suchti really has been in control. Honestly, that start, I think it could have gone either way. I like to see it. I like to see Zahid starting to put it about a bit, getting the elbows out, as it were. And it did almost pay off for him, but unfortunately for him, he was the one that came off worse off. Slowed him down just a little bit with the stutter bounce that he got from it, whereas Suchti was kind of launched forward. And he is not making any mistakes here. It is a relatively easy track for these drivers. Obviously, as you can see, pretty wide. You know, when you look at the barrel rolls that they're taking, this is something they do in, day out. So it's not a tricky task for them. For you and I, maybe. Does hit himself the 720 over the bridge just to finish off in style.
Great stuff from Suchti. I don't think we expected anything less, really. The only thing from Zahid was he just couldn't get over the barrier to get underneath the bridge in order to go over the jump and collect a lot more nitro, which is going to cost valuable time and valuable nitro to be able to even make an attempt to try and overtake Suchti. Suchti, just textbook stuff as always. I don't think we expected anything less from you and I or all the viewers in chat. I think a lot of people may have expected this. Even with Zahid, though, he still played pretty damn well considering. Like, we know he was about 2 or 3 seconds behind, but we don't know what could have happened. He was able to make that jump over the barrier across that bridge. But maybe another track could change that.
The biggest difference is once he hit that section and he came behind, Suchti was in, like, you know, you have the rhythm in that section, so we'll hit the jump, hit the shockwave, spin down, hit the second shockwave, and it's just like that flow that you have. And because he'd been knocked and sort of nudged, he didn't get that flow, so it immediately puts you almost 3 shockwaves behind. You're never going to make that up. But it's almost the same as crashing, effectively. But yeah, so it was a tough ask for him just in the first race, in the first couple of corners.
Yeah, he's literally the 3rd player out of the 8 who've had trouble getting over that part. And it's not easy, but it's quite a precise jump to make. And even if you do succeed, if you try and force yourself into it, you're going to crash, or 2, you're going to lose a lot of time. And he lost a lot of time out of it, which effectively almost created that wreck timeage in terms of like how much cost in terms of time you lose. But that track's done now. That's completely finishing out the way. We'll be going to Himalayas Cliffhanger, which is going to be entirely different, but definitely room to make improvements on if you are on the back foot, which we could be expecting Zahid to do. But for Suchdi, he's been playing it quite clean so far. He's been very effective on his lines, and his nitro management has been been very consistent overall. So we'll have to see if Zahid can really put a dent into the armour of Suchdi in this one.
Yeah, and obviously we talked about the danger factor that does sit in Himalayas, and I think that's obvious. I would also say it's also a track there, if you're behind, it's very hard to make up time. This start here could be massive for Zahid. For Suchdi, he's looking to continue where he left off. He was dominant through the last split and could continue that way. Looking like a rematch versus Jägermeister is almost imminent, judging by the way he drove in that last track. Obviously, that would go across to... I wouldn't know who favours it this time. Jaeger's looking like he's on it. Had a faster time on Cairo. I think it's hard to judge that because Suchdi wasn't really under pressure, so he didn't really force himself to have a fast time, but it wasn't that much slower, only half a second. But yeah, honestly, we'll see how this one goes. Himalayas, Cliffhanger, this is where we go next. Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, I think Zahid disconnected. I think
that's sure. And that's a restart. Yeah. He's not even started.
Yeah, I was going to say, and Suchdi's realised as well, and probably a good thing, but he's just chilling, taking his time. I think he's just playing the race for the sake of playing the race now.
we could tell from the start that it's just like, hang on a minute, it wasn't in there. So it does give us a little bit of time to talk about these 2 drivers. Obviously, Suchdi coming into this one. Suchdi and Jägermeister have been back and forward with who wins. Last time out, Suchdi was dominant over Jägermeister, but Jägermeister's also won this tournament in itself. So they've both been Snapdragon Pro Series champions in the past. So this is where, like, if we were to look at iOS, obviously we've seen Tuck in Future Flash. He's been dominant for years now. Whereas these two, they kind of share the spoils. So it's always interesting to see, especially for us, obviously for you guys at home, who's going to turn up. Who's going to turn up on the day? Is it Jägermeister's day? Has he got the focus, or is it going to be Suchdi's? So it's going to be very interesting to see when they do clash, if they clash, I should say, because he could come out on top here.
Could be. Well, the last time they did match against each other, Suchdi defeated Jägermeister 2-1 in the upper bracket final, and then Suchdi won 3-0 with that 1-track advantage. It could be entirely different. I'm not too sure. Jägermeister, you are completely in the right, though. He does seem to be a lot more of a formidable opponent compared to what we saw previously in the last Open finals. So I still want to see a bit more from him. I want to see how he develops in this track overall with the pedigree skill he can bring. I do feel like the last track didn't really give me enough, essence, enough flavour to really make a decisive decision on how good he is as a driver overall. Just that same mistake across the bridge just didn't do it for me. And it was the same with Yafire. It wasn't Fire, it was actually Yafire who made that mistake a couple of times. And I said, I want to see more from Yafire. And then look what happened. It was just, he made it to the grand finals and tried to get Larry with Future Flash, but sadly for him, Future Flash defeated him 3-0. But for Zahid, could we see that, similar to Yafire? Not too sure, because Yafire has made a couple of appearances in the past on the iOS platform, but on the Android platform, this is the first time we're witnessing Zahid. So I am still quite curious and quite excited to see what he can do in this next track in comparison.
Absolutely. It's been two tournaments back to back. Such just come out on top. I think Jägermeister, was 3-2. I seem to remember we had the entire length in season 3, and obviously 3-0 the last time out they met. But yeah, they're very evenly matched, these 2 drivers. It's really interesting to see where they can get there and whether Zahid is capable of slowing Suchdi down. That's the biggest ask here. Himalayas Cliffhanger will be the track if we do get there. Auckland Straights and the hairpins if we need a third track. Something we haven't talked about is it's the car. Obviously, they're all racing in the Zenvo tonight. The two variations, the TS1 GT, which is a 2006 car, I want to say, something like that. It's the Danish manufacturer. I was talking about car manufacturers earlier on today because obviously we've gone through various different ones. I think we had the Rimac last time out, didn't we? Or was that 2 seasons ago? We've had the Veyron in there, I believe we've had before, right? And we've had the Lamborghini as well. So we've gone through a lot of manufacturers, and that's what I was talking about. It's great that the manufacturers happy to have their car in there, back in the competitions. That's what I love to see, and obviously the fact that we've got this many years of competition shows how much support that Gameloft themselves, the game developers, have had for their game. It's really been quite successful. Looking forward to see what more it brings. But for the moment, we're just waiting for the players to reconfigure themselves back in there, Harry. Where do you see this one going overall, the Android in competition in comparison to the iOS guys?
It's really tough. I know that it's not really too much of a way to be able to, of course, bring a collaboration both on the iOS, Android, and the Windows platforms. I actually remember back at Gamescom and Milan Games Week as well, everyone had to play the same device, but now we actually keep it as separate platforms. So sadly, we'll never know. It would have been quite a curious feat in terms of how that happened. But if there was ever an opportunity to, I'm all for it. Like, casting or not casting it, I'd happily spectate that and see exactly who come up trumps, because that would be a crazy, crazy way to kind of seal a great event overall between who would win on a particular platform overall, with all the players combined, not just from a platform perspective, but also region perspective as well.
Yeah, it's always hard to have it combined because, like you say, there's always going to be someone that's happy, whether you do it on an iOS device, whether you're doing a Samsung device, obviously, the S24, and then also do it on a phone size or a tablet size, and it's just like there's so many things. People obviously, there's always someone who's going to be more used to one than the other, so it's always tricky. And obviously, we talked about the event we had at Gamescom. It was tricky again. This time, Switch is not connected. This is not going well.
No.
I mean, we did. If you remember the first race, we saw poor connection sign come up in the first race. So it does seem that these two are having particular issues. This is what we've talked about when you can't have these lag issues that happen sometimes in the world. This is the world we live in. It's a lot better than it used to be, I can tell you that.
It can happen. We'll be going into Lobby Simulator for a little bit longer. It's just the fact that in the lobby, one of the players seems to be disconnecting. It's happened both times, which is very rare in itself. So I think they're just going to try and get back into lobby once again and just see if I can go ahead with this. And all we can say is that thank you everyone for your patience so far. And of course, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Asphalt 9 Open Finals. Glad to have you with us. And if you missed the iOS portion on that platform, please go back and watch it, because it was definitely a spectacle in itself. But not just yet, though. Let's stick with the Android for now.
Don't go there yet.
Yeah. Give us a bit of time first. Give it a couple of hours.
Don't rewind, but do get yourself a code. There it is, FT376XQ4. Anyone that's listening, watching, that's your audio signal to get yourself your code in there, and you can get yourself some fantastic prizes, a lot of money in game, as well as the tokens, etc. You can all pick up. So I do wonder whether those codes work on both Android or iOS, or whether there's Android specific now. I don't know how that works. I guess, who knows? Try it before you buy it.
I used to always claim on the iOS, but I've never tried it on my Switch, because I've switched, funny enough, from iOS to Switch, because my eyes are getting a little bit badly, so I've had to play it
happens to the best
and that's
of us,
9
mate.
Instead.
The reason I've got a 30-inch screen in front of me.
You'll be on 65-inch.
I'll be
Give it what,
sitting right next to you. You are!
Yeah, it's rough times, isn't it? Rough times. But again, you know, like I said before, guys, thank you for joining us. Won't be too much longer until we get into this next race. And we've already had the first upper bracket semi-final with Jägermeister taking it 2-0 against David. And we've already had one track already, which 60 managed to take in the second upper bracket semi-final. And whoever wins this will be come up against Jägermeister in the upper bracket final. And whoever loses will be playing against David in the first round of the lower bracket. So, of course, stay tuned as it's going to be an absolute spectacle, just like we've witnessed on the Irish platform. And they're both in. It's good. They're going straight in it. 60 is able to get a nice early lead with that inside bend.
He sent it right, yeah. It was good reactions from Zahid. Realised he wasn't going to make the corner and ended up having to take the safer route on the left, on the right side, sorry. Oh, and he's wrecked as well. That's that then. There's not a lot I can say about that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's nothing much you can say at all, really. And against a player like Suchti, it's going to be a big ask, a tall order, so to speak. We use these same lines again and again, but sadly, it is what it is. And Zahid, we haven't really seen a lot of promise as a consistent driver here, so I'm not too sure what his timings are going to be like. But you could be the best driver in the world. Sometimes it can be a real struggle, especially if Suchti plays it quite conservative and consistent. But he's still using a brake nitro trick. He is avoiding, the odd jump or two, but picking up the canisters at the same time. Zahid with a little bump again, which cost him a little bit more speed and momentum, continuing on forward. So this could be, or will be, rather, a 62-0 victory here in this upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, which obviously sets him up for a rematch, effectively, in that upper final once again, up against Jägermeister. Should be fantastic. Tricky tracks across the board as well. Zahid, though, you never know. Obviously, as we mentioned, it is his first competition sort of on for money that we've seen ourselves here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, which could, it can put a lot of nerves on there. The fact that they've just had these multiple disconnect issues, that can completely unsettle yourself. There's no doubt about it. So it's been tough for him. So unfortunately, wrecking out there. It not over yet. Means he'll go down to face off against David. That's going to be a tough ask for him. David himself is experienced in the competition. The Italian has been in it many times as well. Sometimes under a different guise. He absolutely insisted it wasn't him last time out, by the way, which was obviously totally not David, which his name was back then. But yeah, Suchti coming through as the out-and-out winner there in the first semi-final for himself. Second semi-final overall, it means he moves through to face off against Jägermeister.
Another 2-0 to add to the tally here, as Suchti, as expected, manages...
Bonk. Off he goes to the right. Brilliant.
Yeah, forced him, and he knew it was going to happen because he had the nitro, he had the position, which is more important. And you can see Zahid there was just riding that invisible wall, but just that tip of the barrier during the 360 clashed, and that's where the wreckage came from. And you can see the timings, there's only a couple of seconds out, so it could have been an entirely different ball game if he wasn't in that position to wreck. But I still want to see a bit more from Zahid. I'm not entirely convinced that he will drop into lower bracket and come fourth. I still think he has a bit of promise here, and it could be track dependent, we'll see. But I'm looking forward to seeing that lower bracket match between him and Zahid later.
Yeah, all right, okay. We'll see whether he gets there. We'll see how it plays out. It does mean that Suchti as well as Jägermeister both secured their relatively safe first victories here. And yet again, the veterans will face each other in the upper bracket. That's where we're going to be going next, ladies and gentlemen. Jägermeister versus Suchti, a rematch of the grand finals last season, the season before that, and the season before that. This time, the upper bracket final. We'll see who's going to come out on top after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
It's that time already. It is the upper bracket final. One of these players is going to be making it all the way through already to the grand finals. And, I mean, it could be a pretty tough one. Lethal, who do you think it's going to be?
It could be a repeat of Suchti again. It wouldn't surprise me. But I think for Jägermeister, he needs every advantage he can get. So coming out on trumps in his best of three will be massive, will be huge for him, because any bit of leeway he can get going into the grand final will definitely make it work. It wouldn't surprise me, no matter who drops out in the upper bracket final, they'll probably rematch each other again, considering what we've seen from all the drivers' performances in both series. It could be wrong. We'll have to see. But
I'm not going to have to wait long to find out, because once again, the race is ready. Are you guys ready?
Always, mate. Always.
Take it away.
Cheers, Dan. Thanks very much. And no mucking around here, Lee, as always. Jägermeister versus Suchti. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, certainly if we to only go by what we've seen today, and that's all we got to go by, Jägermeister's looking pretty good right now. Obviously, Suchti's just had, obviously, the disconnects to deal with in that last race, and yet still came out on top. But as we know from these guys, it can be everything. Jägermeister's going to get the early start. Did have, of course, the inside line, so no doubt that he will start off strong, but do not write Suchti off. Of course, we are on to Osaka, or well, we were meant to be on Osaka. Oh, no, yes, of course it is. It's Industrial Revolution. I was thinking it was the Shanghai Pudong Rise. I had that in my head for some reason. Osaka Industrial Revolution. You've got to dodge the middle barriers, and then obviously it's the big left-hander, which is what we got here. So still a tricky track. Yeah, good track, but at the moment Jägermeister with a solid lead.
Really has. I think what really gave him this solid lead is the additional barrel rolls which Jägermeister was able to get at the start on that first jump compared to Suchti, which is quite unlike Suchti here. But let's see what he can do now to try and close this gap. Still continue to perform extremely well. Good 360 from both these players, but you can see from Jägermeister 360 he definitely got a lot more nitro out of it and has definitely increased his lead by a fair margin.
Absolutely, Jägermeister looking solid here. No mistakes made, and as I said, you know, we can only go off what we've seen in the first race. These guys have faced each other countless times in grand finals, multiple times. Both have had victories, so it's really neck and neck and who turns up on the day. Jägermeister looking like he's got his practice in this time around. Last time I spoke to him, God, it must have been 2 years ago. He was also working a full-time job, so it was always tricky for him to find his practice. Then he had more time, so then you saw his results performing. So I do wonder if that's the case, whether he's been able to put those hours in preparation. It looks like it's the case. Suchti has gained a decent amount of ground on him here, though, I will say. But it does look like it's maybe just a little too late as they come over the final jumps. All hitting every spin possible. Has he got the control? Jägermeister almost lost a little bit of control there towards the end there and has made a mistake, but it's not quite enough. It is Jägermeister comes out on top. They've just gone over the line. Just come out on top. But honestly, Suchti was gaining ground towards the end there.
He was, and well, Jägermeister will be getting first blood in this matchup. He'll be gaining that first track win and now in the lead. One more will secure his spot in the grand finals with that one track advantage. And the two moments we can pick up here is the fact that Suchti didn't get as many barrel rolls as Jägermeister, as you can rightly see here, which means he had more nitro to then gain and then get across this next portion of the track, as you see with the perfect nitro from Suchti and the shockwave from Jägermeister. Also, during the 360s on the first lap, Suchti's 360s wasn't as quick, wasn't as fast, and wasn't able to get as many 360s in as Jägermeister could. Again, it's just all about those tricks of the trade here to get that nitro management to work with afterwards. And that did cost a lot of time, as you saw, just under a couple of seconds. So we'll have to see what we can do in the next race.
Yeah, the next race is tricky. It is the US Midwest Transcontinental race. A tough track, I think, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they can both hold their nerve. A lot of mistakes, possibilities for this next track. I was about to get concerned because I saw somebody entering a time on this next track. It's not happened yet. I was like, this is live. Well, don't tell me this is not live suddenly, but no, it's okay. Yeah, we're just waiting, obviously, for them to get set up, they need to join themselves in the lobby and jump in there. You know how it is. You guys play. Well, actually, I don't know. I wonder how many of a percentage of the viewers do play actual head-to-head mode as opposed to time trial in there. But as about yourself, do you do a lot of head-to-head or you time trial it?
I don't do either, actually. I just do 8-person. I normally just play ranked to just do 8-person.
Oh, you just do the big races? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's like at first it's fine, and then as soon as I get to the high echelon with the pro and the elite ranks, etc., that's when I start riding the struggle bus because exactly, yeah. Because I could just tell that a lot of these players, when I play against them, their experience on the track is just monumental compared to mine, and I'm just like, right, okay, I can see the skill issue which I have now in comparison, and I'd have to play a hell of a lot more. But no. For me, I just do 8-person FFAs, really.
It's good that you can recognise the skill issue and then just like, I'm wasting my time here. I'm
happy to accept it.
Jägermeister with the early start did have that slight inside line. And you can see Suchti has the shockwave early on, so he's going to gain in some momentum. We'll have the second one as well as Jaeger boosts as much as he can. Didn't quite hit that shockwave, actually. Went for the double boost instead. And just as they hit the barrel roll, staying very much neck and neck with each other. This time tries to go for the 360, but Jaeger met him pound for pound as they continue on this tricky track. Tight corner from Suchti, really gaining that tiniest amount of ground, but you can see they are very much identical in their methods. Finally, they switch it up. Jaeger goes for the big spin, 720, I think, maybe even a 960. I'm not too sure. 940. I actually don't even know how many ounces to 980, isn't it? 980. There we go.
1080.
Just 1080. I can't even. I forgot to carry the one. Damn it. Either way, they are absolutely neck and neck. So brilliant race so far.
He would have actually closed the gap a little bit sooner. You can see earlier on towards the end of that first lap, Suchti wanted to go for the straight jump with the barrel rolls, but decided not to because I think it was a little bit off course, a tiny bit to go for it. So, but he is using the brake nitro trick quite well to try and close the gap a little bit. Lovely stuff from Suchti to get additional nitro, and you can see Jägermeister decided to go for the 360 to then perfect nitro around this next bend, and just take it a little bit cautiously now with Jägermeister using a shockwave into the perfect nitro, brake nitro, and again Suchti's doing the exact same thing, but will he do the straight jump barrel roll? He tried to go for it, he crashes in the end. The risk did not pay off. He had to go for it though in order to overtake Jägermeister, but that's going to cost him, and Jägermeister could take this series 2-0 and may see him in the grand finals.
Still chooses to drop down, goes for that riskier approach, but Jaeger has this one in the bag, and as he said, it was the risk that he had to take. He had to go for it. Went for that risky, low, almost skimming barrel roll. You're almost skimming along the surface while you barrel roll. It's like the riskiest maneuver you could do in the game, and unfortunately for Suchti, it wasn't the case. So Jaeger will be the first man in the grand finals. That gives him, of course, a track advantage in the grand finals as well. A quick 2-0, but honestly, the first lap, it was you couldn't split them really. They were almost doing identical moves the whole way through.
Yeah, imagine in a parallel universe if Suchti hit both of those barrel rolls on that straight jump. We could have seen Suchti overtake. He would have had a commanding amount of nitro, which he could have abused to no end. But you can even see here that sometimes Suchti had the better of Jägermeister with having less air time, but the equal amount of barrel rolls. The lovely trickery there in terms of scraping across towards that barrier to get more nitro. He did everything he wanted to, but you could see the first time round on the first lap, he was a little bit uncomfortable with his positioning over that straight jump. The second time around, he was a little bit more prepared, but wasn't sure to go for it, but just thought to himself, I have no choice. And there we have it. We see him in the lower bracket finals later.
If you were to look back in really slow motion, I think what happened was he was coming across to clip it, to catch it and to go into the barrel. But as he got to there, he hit the shockwave, which boosted him past the just past the jump, so he didn't quite clip it. And it is, I mean, that's the finest of like millisecond detail. But yeah, that's how it is. That's the difference between these drivers. Jägermeister moves himself through to the grand final with the advantage, so he's going to be absolutely loving life right now. Called it, by the way. It does mean, of course, we move down to the lower bracket. So we get to see who is going to be reaching the top 3. Will it be David? Will it be Zahid? Both into maybe unknown territory, certainly for Zahid. David's been here before. The Italian driver certainly is solid. That is all going to be coming up, though, after the break. Jägermeister into the grand finals. Who will meet him? We'll see you after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and a big congratulations to Jägermeister, who we will be seeing in the grand finals later. But now it is that dreaded time. It is elimination time. And Demon, how do you think the players are feeling about now?
Definitely nerves, I would say, for Zahid. He's probably not going to be happy from his side that obviously he had a few disconnects. You know, it's not what you want when your first tournament, really, is it? It's just the way it is, the way of the world sometimes. David's been here before in this competition quite multiple times, I think, the Italian. So certainly a lot more experience with him. Will he be nervous? Absolutely. There's money on the line here, isn't there? This is all for all the beans right now. You don't want to be going out with 200 when you could be doubling it and get 400. That's what you're going to be after. So yeah, absolutely. There's pressure on both of these guys.
And Lethal, I want you to think way back when to your first appearance as a pro player. on a stage in a finals of something, were you nervous?
In a finals?
I mean, enough about finals event. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about this later. But for now, the match is ready. Let's jump into it.
I was going to say, it's been a while. That was back when I was 14. I'm 35 now, so I can't remember if I wasn't. I must have been. But we'll go into it now in this first lower bracket round very shortly. And I still need to see a little bit more from Zahid at the moment in terms of his character as a driver and how he performs overall. Because David, as you've already mentioned, he's very experienced in this tournament setting. But let's find out now, as we're going to start from Zahid's perspective and see what he can bring now to stop himself from being eliminated.
I think that's a disconnect. Oh, no, it's just appeared. It's just appeared underneath him. It is good. We are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, David. I was like, I can't see him at all on the screen, but there he is. David has actually had a slow start, but that's a bit of a wide play from Zahid. Yeah, and that's pulled David straight back into it. Oh, nudge in the back. Didn't want to do that. That's going to give a little speed boost to Zahid as they both continue. This is going to be, I think, a very close race, honestly. We're obviously on Greenland Airport Escape. We talked about how good this track is, and it's very rare we get to see it. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to work out. David under pressure.
Certainly is. David trying to do his best to catch up to him. Only one barrel roll from that previous jump and 360 fared, but it's actually hit the side just a tad, so it's going to lose a little bit of speed, but it's going to ride the barriers anyway to get a little bit more nitro, ready to double nitro over that previous jump. It didn't really make it as far as he would like. It wasn't exactly the hardest jump either here, Lee.
No, I thought he was going to screw up his barrel roll. That was so close to being a wipeout there from David. It just wasn't quite sitting right. He was riding the barrier, and I think he wanted to get that shockwave to hit the jump, and he didn't quite get it, which meant he didn't quite have the momentum. It was all a little bit messy from Truthful, and Zahid has stretched his lead because of it. And is starting to look a lot better. As you say, the hitting those 360s perfectly timed. So Zahid at the moment showing that momentum that he had obviously in the time trials to get here in the first place. Confidence looking like it's bedded in a bit more on the Italian under pressure.
You're not really seeing too many break nitro tricks from either of these players, as Zahid just playing it safe and secure in order to maintain that lead and the victory here. Good shockwave into the double nitro to that durability to get around that previous corner. Here's a double nitro again to get a little bit more speed over that next jump, and it's looking very good from Zahid and looking to secure this victory. So David doing everything he can to try and clutch up, but it's just almost mathematically impossible in terms of the speed and what's available for him in order to try and catch up. But again, there's a lot of unforced errors there that kind of cost David a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I was to compare drivers, like if you were to look at obviously some of the champions, and I was to look at, say, David's driving style there, it's all a little I don't want to use the word janky, but it's all a little, it's not smooth. There's no fluidity to it. It's all a little like you're doing the barrel roll and it almost lands, but it's not quite landing perfectly. And then if he's doing a 360, it's not quite landing in the right way, and he's almost bouncing off a barrier as he does it, and it's not quite landing as smoothly. So it just seems that maybe something's a little off in the game at the moment for David. Obviously, he's a top quality contender, so we know he has it in him. But yeah, it all just looked a little bedraggled throughout that race.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, there wasn't really an element of consistency in his gameplay at all in terms of competing as a driver. You could see that there was the odd jump or two which he kind of failed to fully be able to succeed in. Like, there was always times where he would lose a bit of mileage here and there, and it just adds up. Like, at this level of play, you can't really afford any kind of downtime in those predicaments, which is a little bit unusual there with what we saw from David. We know David is not the most highly consistent driver, but it's consistent enough to not make errors like that. But maybe we'll see something a little bit different. But speaking of different, actually, we've got another code for you at the bottom. Make sure you guys head over to gameloft.com/redeem/asphalt89redeem, and to get all the goodies there, which is available for you. Honestly, it is worth it, and I wish I could do it myself right now, but I'll try and do it afterwards if it's still available. I could probably just quickly grab them right now. Why not?
Sneak it in while you're there. We're going to be going over to San Francisco City by the Bay, my favorite track, coming up next. Can David manage to redeem himself? Can he pull something back here, or will Zahid close it out in 2 and reach the top 3 in his first ever competition here in the Snapdragon Pro Series? Wouldn't that be something to write home about? Absolutely fantastic performance perhaps here, as he really looks strong in that first track. Second track here, though, is tricky. We saw it earlier on. We saw the pressure that can come from this track, and the likes of Future Flash and co have all sort of been here, done that, fallen victim to it. It was Future Flash that actually fell to Fra on the one and only track that he fell. Last split, didn't have any problems this time around. Spoilers ahead of you there, but yeah. It is a tough track. There's no doubt about it. If we get there, Rome, capital of the world, also a tough track in the third track. So for David, he's got a lot to work to get to his home Italian track in Rome.
I don't think there's really much reason why this could not be a potential to go to the full 3 tracks here. We know that David made quite a few unforced errors himself, but wasn't exactly too drastic in terms of crashes, but there was a lot of time he had to try and make up here. But great stuff from David already very early on with that shockwave, and now braked into that perfect nitro to try and get as much momentum as possible going over his next few jumps. It's all about the barrel roll and the least amount of airtime possible to land and continue maintaining that speed, which he has done perfectly.
Yeah, missed the barrel roll, but did manage to maintain track momentum to an extent. You can see that's why David's just stretched his lead a bit. Now we get to the really tricky part. Zahid taking a completely different route. Let's see how it plays off, because it is risky going the other way, but David, that's given him the freedom to just absolutely play it perfectly, and he does. It's every single jump, every single barrel roll, and it's given him a pretty mighty lead.
So here's the only player who actually took that route, which was very unusual, something we don't normally see, as you already mentioned. But look at the lead that David now can try and continue to maintain. Saying that, though, Zahid's actually caught up a little bit. He's only about a few tenths of a second behind. And you can see now just trying to use that 360. Now, again, needs to try and get as least amount of airtime as possible with the barrels. Perfect first jump there coming from Zahid, and now getting around his corner as David caused a little bit of a nudge there, a little bit of an error that's cost him some speed. And Zahid now looking very good and may potentially overtake.
He's got to go for it, though. He's got to go for it. Let's see how it works out. Does manage to hit it right, but actually chooses to go the safer route yet again. He's going to have to play this one perfectly, because David's surely going to hit everything. As I say, it is risky this way. You can cause problems, but the quality of driver that we have here from David, Zahid almost wiped out there himself. The quality of driver that we have from David, he doesn't make mistakes, and he comes out on top as the winner. And now, obviously, it does mean we get to the Italians' home turf of Rome, capital of the world.
Lovely stuff there from David. Managed to secure that victory just shy of 1.6 seconds, which is a great way to build that morale going into that third track. I did say that this race between these two drivers absolutely can go to 3 tracks. There's no reason why it should not. And David able to make a great comeback in the second race, and now we'll have to see what he can do here to try and secure his spot in a lower bracket final. Or could we see Zahid, in his first time in this tournament in the Open Finals at the Snapdragon Pro Series, make it to a podium finish guaranteed?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Could take the ultimate low run. We obviously saw the low run come out on the iOS side from Yafire, so we know it's possible to come from this lower bracket and work your way into the grand finals. But for David, redemption arc started to come true. Not a great performance on Greenland, but a much better performance here in San Francisco. But now we go over to Rome, capital of the world, a track that has caught the very best off guard. You think it's simple, and then you do a barrel roll into a bridge, and then it catches you off guard. Yeah, it can cause a lot of problems. We've seen some very quick drivers absolutely perform at their very best on this map. I'm very interested to see what the Italian can do on an Italian track.
Yes, we'll have to see as we go forward. I feel like David just the usual bits and pieces he wanted to do with those jumps and the routes he took. But I'm interested to see why Zahid took the other route instead. Maybe because the route's slightly faster, but he needs to rely on his opponent to gain all that nitro from the jumps in order to make it more of a viable option. But he was probably hoping at the same time that he would either fail one of the jumps or maybe not get as much airtime or barrels as he would like from those jumps as well over the course of that bridge. But that's the only thing I can think of. Maybe Zahid is just more relying on David to make those mistakes, which actually cost him the race in the end.
It's something we've not really talked about because we've had often the same drivers here over and over again. But it is the fact that we're going through a lot of tracks. You've got to know all these tracks at the very top. So it could just be a case of that's the comfortable route he's taken. When he's competed on it, and we're obviously at this level, and we know that the other guys always go the other route. They always hit the double barrel rolls and triple barrel rolls. Zahid just clipping that's caused him a problem. Yeah, and that's given David a huge lead.
And David also had the shockwave to boot on the back of that jump, so he was clearly going to have a large margin in terms of distance and speed and momentum, which he had. And David, a couple of moments there, a couple of nudges across the railings, but he should be okay. Nothing really too much to write home about. It's more of the wreckage which we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. But David is well aware of the lead he has at the moment.
I'll tell you what, both of them nearly wiped each of themselves out there with unforced errors. This is, like I say, it's a tricky track. There is a lot of opportunities for shortcuts, but also a lot of areas where you could absolutely trip yourself up, and that's what they're going to be careful. Also, obviously, as that triple split towards the end there, we've seen multiple people come unstuck there as well. So Zahid was obviously in the lead when that came through, so he's going to be kicking himself at the moment because this could be putting him out of the competition. He is a long way back from David here. The Italian on his Italian home track in Rome is looking to try and close things out and get through to that lower bracket final.
It certainly is. He's so close to securing that spot in the lower bracket final. David is just continuing on a good pace, actually using the double nitro for durability just to play it a little bit safe. So he's just trying to do everything he can now, every trick in the book to gain that nitro enough. But at this point in time, the only thing he can rely on is for David to make a mistake. And is David going to make one? It looks like he absolutely won't, as he's just roaring through his third and final race. Shockwave over the previous jump, now braking to get around this next corner. Extremely consistent, and this is the consistency we was after from David against Zahid.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Just a couple of turns left to close this one out. Almost went a little too tight there. Yeah. Just a little worry from David there. Does go for the cheeky 360, and over the line he will go to come back from one down. Takes it 2-1, and that puts him through to the lower bracket final up against Suchdi. Not a rematch because obviously Zahid was up against Suchdi earlier on. So David, not done and dusted just yet, the Italian with a bit of redemption, but it was Zahid that started out in the lead. Just didn't quite have enough boost here. Oh, and it hit his roof. It was the roof which bounced him. If it had just been slightly different, it would have been absolutely fine.
That's what I mentioned earlier. If he shockwaved over that, then that could have been fine. He could have perfect nitroed over it as well, but the shockwave is more of a guarantee to go over that particular building. But when I saw him use the double nitro, yeah, sure, it's great for the durability if he decides to maybe move away from the building a little bit. But when I saw him clip it, I knew that this is probably going to be game over for Zahid, which is very unfortunate. But he won't be going home empty-handed. He will be going away with $200 and, the accommodation of actually placing top 4 at this Open final, and I hope to see him again in the future.
It's probably one of those jumps that he's made like 99 out of 100 times as well. Yeah. It's just going to be absolutely furious with himself for doing that. But that's just the case. That is competition at the top level right there. It's the smallest margins, and that puts David through. So David versus Suchdi coming up next in the lower bracket final. You can see Jägermeister still sat there ready and waiting with a 1-track advantage in the best of 5 grand final. Suchdi, the defending champion, looking to work his way back there, but now David is coming. Can he continue the lower bracket charge like we saw from the iOS bracket? We'll find out in just a few moments. Join us after the break.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We are reaching the end of today's Snapdragon Pro Series, but do not go anywhere just yet, as the final few matches are coming up. We have the lower bracket final. Who will be facing off against Jägermeister in the finals? Lethal, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of people assume that Suchti will take this one with his repertoire of victories and the shopping list he has of great placements. So it wouldn't surprise me if David struggled just a little bit in this series, but hopefully for his sake, he'll be able to perform really well in this lower bracket final.
And Demon, are you part of this? A lot of people that think that Suchti's going to make it?
Yes. Yes. Without doubt. I mean, he's 2 times defending champion right now, so you know there's a good reason for that.
Oh, we're starting now, guys. We're starting right, and I mean right now. So I'm out of here. Get going. Have fun.
We will do, as always. Always having a good laugh and a bit of banter, and just appreciating how the quality of driving for all these players is just highest of caliber to the highest degree. And I think, yeah, it's like I said before, I thought I'd say it for you, Lee, with Suchti potentially come out on top, because some people might think it's a no-brainer, but we'll have to see what David can do, because Jägermeister's obviously proven himself worthy of the grand final place, and we're not too sure that Suchti's dropped a little bit, or maybe Jägermeister's playing that damn good. But let's have a look, because David has actually got the lead at the moment, but let's see what shenanigans is going to be happening at the very beginning. They're neck and neck in this first lap.
Suchti sneaking on through and got himself the lead relatively early on, but David will put that in check, and Suchti's been wrecked by the spin from David. Wipes him out, and the gloves are very much off. Do not write off the Italian just yet.
I was not expecting that at all. That was such a minor clip, which just created a massive effect in this race so far. And now Suchti falling behind quite a long margin indeed. But so far, Suchti using that double nitro to go to that previous jump. Is now trying to get a couple of 360s to fit in order to double nitro and obviously to shockwave straight after this bend. David, though, still looking pretty damn good, at least 3 seconds ahead, and now all he needs to do is maintain it. None of these silly little bumps which I just witnessed there. Just keep it cool, calm and collected, play it safe, and to secure this first track, and 1 track away potentially from a grand final spot as well.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, if I was Suchti, I'd be raging right now.
Yeah.
Behind my phone, absolutely raging. But yeah, I mean, he's giving it all to see whether he can try and gain something back, whether David does make any unforced errors. Unfortunately for Suchti, it is such a huge wide track, it's very, very hard to make an error on this one. Even I can actually race this one, that's how good I am. Give me 7 lanes, I can just about drive.
What Lee's trying to say is he would qualify, but he doesn't want to make anyone jealous, on.
That's it, exactly. Yeah, everyone would put the old man in there who's like, short, these whippersnappers. But yeah. Like But, I mean, honestly, it is a best of 3 for that exact reason. You can have moments where you get wiped out. For David, it paid off. It was absolutely what he wanted to do, and it worked out perfectly. So he will take himself the first race here, moves the pressure onto Suchti now as we move over to Himalaya's frozen route. But, yeah, I mean, it's all about this spin, and like you said, it just caught him on the smallest of margins.
It really did. It was literally just a tap, but that's what happens with these 360s. Only a little thing like this can cause that effect. But even though on screen it did look like actually that happened, but we can tell you now it definitely did, considering, even though it wasn't touching from an online environment. But yeah, in the end, David was able to take full advantage of that, and I'm sure any player would. And in the past, like, you know, we're talking about many moons ago, we would always see one person could crash into something and then obviously give their opponent a 2 or 3 second lead, and then the person in first place have so much pressure they end up doing the exact same thing, which is quite funny. But we've seen none of that now at this day and age in Asphalt 9's life cycle. The consistency has been a very high caliber.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you say, this is a good many years old now, this game. So it's been a case of it's had updates after update and tracks and cars and whatnot. But the fact is the players remain the same. And some of them, as you say, have been here for years. The consistency has just got better and better and better, as it often does when competition gets older and older. So Suchti, with really a lot of work to do here. Himalayas frozen routes, not the easiest of tracks. Possibilities for comeback, though, is still very much on in his favour.
It certainly is, as now Suchti, the pressure's on for him. The current defending champion could potentially get knocked out in a lower bracket final. And Jägermeister is probably going to be loving life if that's the case, because he is one of his toughest competition. And for David to potentially take him down, and for him as well, you've got to remember, this could be his first grand final, which is going to be a huge accolade to add to the tally of placements here in Asphalt 9.
And don't forget, Jägermeister's already beaten David today, 2-0 in the first semi-finals, and it wasn't even close. It was a dominant thing. So he's going to be looking at this thinking, absolutely, yeah, bring it on. Give me the finals right now. But Suchti, I think he's going to be a little angry coming into this one. Let's see. Does he stay away from each other? He's certainly going to get himself the boost. We'll see how this plays out. If David can get his elbows out and catch Suchti once again, that could definitely put paid to him and finish him 2-0 here. Does manage to ride the barrel roll perfectly. Spins it straight over. Looking good at the moment, but got to be careful of the traffic there. Now here we go. Both go for the edge. David goes low. Suchti does come down on top of him. They do go bang for bang. Nobody giving way. Another little spin. Another hit. Do they both go for the jump? Yes, they do. Coming down low. Suchti hits the ground first. David's still close. This is neck and neck. This time David manages to hit the power roll. Suchti will go low. It's going to be more boost for David as they go into the tunnel.
Unreal stuff, and this is all because David on that straight jump with the barrel roll got less airtime, so he was able to get and close the gap underneath. Both of them right to railing still, and he actually misses the jump, so Suchti's going to get a little bit more nitro in terms of the management here to get across his next jumps. And it's a shame, because for Suchti it's extremely important to have full-on nitro around his next couple of jumps, because the amount of airtime the barrel rolls you need and required, it's going to be able to increase his lead further. So David now needs to try and figure out a way to close this gap. Try and get less airtime on that next straight jump once more. If he can do it twice, it can definitely close this gap.
Absolutely. Gets himself close to the shockwave. Will boost himself all the way to try and catch up. Suchti does have more boost here, David, so he's going to be gaining ground. Does manage to ride it perfectly. You can see he's edging closer and closer and closer to the back of Suchti. So David at the moment in the ascendancy now. Will he ride this one perfectly? Lands it well. Looking good, but again continues to gain ground. Suchti this time does hit the shockwave though, so that's given that a little bit of an advantage, and you can see just how much of a margin that single play just stretched for him. But David gains ground. Suchti with the shockwave once again, hits himself perfectly on the corner. Can they ride it low? Yes, they do, neck and neck, but Suchti with the lead as they go in the downhill section.
And you can see now perfect nitro coming from David, still trailing behind by about half a second. He's going to get trying the lowest airtime possible with this barrel roll on that previous jump, but wasn't able to be low enough. May not have overtook him anyway. But my goodness, that was probably one of the closest races we've had so far in the entirety of this open final. But Suchti stays alive as we're now one apiece as we head into track number 3 to decide who will be playing against Jägermeister in the grand finals.
I tell you what, this first lap had everything, and honestly I was just waiting for the moment that Such to get wiped there, and it looked like it was going to happen there. I thought he cut it too close inside. You could see he came down to try and land on David. Didn't quite work out for him. David goes up high, but Such had the boost down low, which kept him there. But as you can see, yet again, I thought he was going to come down on the rear wing. You can see the wing flapping away there from Such. I thought he was going to catch him. David purposely went right there to avoid Such landing on him, and that was actually where the time was lost. And then in the end, it was a valiant chase from David throughout that second lap, but Suchti does close it out and takes us to a third and final map here in the lower bracket. Cairo Nile River will be that map or track, whichever you prefer. I tell you what, this is a lot closer than I thought.
It certainly is. That one misplay, that one missed jump from David cost him dearly, because during the last portion of that lap, you need to at least almost a full bar of nitro to then be able to perfect nitro for a long period of time over the next jump. But he didn't really have any nitro at all. He just had to use a single or double nitro and then just continue on, somehow piling on the pressure later on. And again, after that on the second lap, didn't get the low air time which he had on the previous straight jump that time around either, so it was just adding up little by little. But these things happen, but the consistency was there, but just wasn't able to claw up at all in the slightest. But going into this third track now, I'm very excited to see if David can achieve his first grand final. But for 60, pressure still on his shoulders considering he is the defending champion, but he's probably could be a little bit more relieved rather than having the momentum swing after that second race.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cairo is where we turn our attention to. It is the Nile River layout. We had obviously City of 1,000 Minarets earlier on, which Sukji won out on. But here we go as we get neck and neck once again at the start. Sukji will hold himself just the smallest of margins of lead as they both go for it. David with the shockwave, with the overtake, held it perfectly timed, and the lead he will take as he hits himself the barrel with the shockwave. Both do the exact same thing. Second shockwave from Sukji doesn't go full boost though, but it keeps it on the heels of David.
Certainly is. Break nitro trick coming out from both his players, especially 60 did it a little bit more. As you can see, he's actually closing the gap ever so slightly, gets less airtime but gets the barrel rolls required, and is now still directly behind him. The shockwave comes out perfect time from 60. He's actually got the better nitro management in comparison, but that one particular vehicle managed to at least dwindle his speed just a tad. So all that time he made up has not really been as effective as he would like, just because of that one particular vehicle. But double nitro comes out from 60 as he gets around this next corner. Still closing the gap though, considering as the David just trying to do everything he can around this U-turn.
Brilliant cornering from both of them, holding that inside curb there. David just blitzing through the traffic this time around and holding that lead. This is for all the beats, ladies and gentlemen, the final lap of the lower bracket finals, and it is David, the Italian, with the lead now. Sukji with it all to play for. They both hit themselves the shockwave. They both hit the barrel rolls. They're both completely mirroring each other's actions, which doesn't do Sukji any favors. He gains a bit of ground, but it's still not quite enough. He's going to have to mirror something and pull something absolutely miraculous out. Goes for the shockwave through the air, comes down. I think he has the lead right now. Damage just comes down just above him. Once again, hits the spiral. Doesn't quite work out for Sukji, and he's chasing at the moment. The spin maybe costs time for David. He's going to have the boost when he comes down. Manages to work out wonderfully for him. Stretches his lead. Sukji doing everything he can, but the Italian may well have this in the bag.
My goodness me, looks like David getting around this next bend. It's just a matter of time as we're going to the final bend as we approach the finish, and it looks like David will be your victor here in the lower bracket final, taking it to 62-1, and we'll be seeing a rematch between David and Jägermeister. Such the commiserations to him. He will get that podium finish, but will only be placing third and won't be able to get that back-to-back championship victory.
Wow, what an upset. What a shock. 2 times defending champion Sukji goes down to David in what was a really tense race, no doubt about it, on Cairo there. I thought for a moment he actually may well bring it back, but then David just, absolute balls of steel to sit and hold that boost and wait for the moment that he sensed Sukji getting close, and then just eat my dust as he shoots off in the distance. But what brilliant driving from both of them.
Yeah, it certainly was. And it's a mixture of both things. David has definitely improved, but Sukji a little bit uncharacteristic. I normally expect him to be the one with the better lines. He did have better nitro management overall in that race, but because of some of the nudges you saw from the parked vehicles, or a couple of the missed amount of barrel rolls here, like you can see, Sukji only managed to get 1, maybe 2 barrel rolls, but David managed to get 3, so able to secure even more nitro, and it had the double nitro in place. So again, maintaining that high speed as they approach that U-turn into the finish. And yeah, again, like I said before, uncharacteristic from Sukji, but we will definitely be seeing him again. But he does get into that top 3 spot to bag himself $400.
Now, as you can see, the grand final is going to be a tough ask for David as he comes into this grand final. Obviously, he finds himself a race down, based on that weighted grand final from the upper bracket, and of course up against someone he's already faced today, Jägermeister, which we have faced multiple times. So it is going to be a tough race for him, but he's already probably exceeded his expectations, reaching this second place potential. Could he be first? Can he go the distance? Join us after the break and we'll find out.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right. It is the moment you've been waiting for, just like earlier on with iOS. It's the Android finals, and we are ready for a good one. That last match was incredible, by the way. So close, so good. Demon, are you expecting... We've got loads of excitement in the audience. Look at that.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Demon, are you expecting similar in the finals?
Oh, I tell you what, I felt like I couldn't tell whether David had stepped up his performance and did brilliantly. Maybe off the back of like the comeback that he had with Zahid. You know, we've got this comeback series. We've had it in iOS and now we've got it in Android, and it's brilliant to see someone from the very first lower bracket take that run into the grand finals again. The only problem is they're coming up against Jägermeister, who just like Future Flash on the iOS side hasn't dropped a track, and honestly, he's looking on it today. We weren't sure. We weren't sure. When he plays against Suxi, he dominated, and we were just like, is this Suxi being bad? Is Jägermeister being good? I think it's a mix of both.
Yeah. Sorry, go on, continue.
No, please.
I was just thinking, I think it's both. I think David has improved, but Sushi just didn't seem himself. I think, because I always see him on Android as one of the most refined players, or one of the most refined drivers. So that's why I'm still a little bit surprised and still trying to take it in, but he'll come back stronger, I'm sure.
Well, we're not going to have to wait long as the finals is ready. The final match of the day starts now.
All right, let's get it. Jägermeister versus David, an unlikely matchup in terms of grand finals here on the Android side. And if you were here earlier, you may have noticed that actually Jägermeister playing against David in a very comfortable 2-0 victory, winning by 7 and 8 seconds respectively in both tracks. But let's see how things are going to go. See if it goes a little bit differently, with Jägermeister getting the outside lane with the canister, and David now just pursuing forward and manages to get a little bit ahead and still manages to stay on board. But look at the 360s, and he's crashing in that case, and Jägermeister now can just continue with that lead which he has.
That was inevitable. I mean, they were smashing into each other non-stop, spin. And it was only a matter of time before one of them went down, and Jägermeister is the one that comes out on top. It is the Italians' home turf of Rome as well on the Tiber Stream layout, so he's going to be absolutely furious with that. There's no doubt about it. Remember, Jägermeister comes into this with that 1-0 lead because he came from the upper bracket without dropping any tracks. So he's undefeated so far, and it gives him that one track advantage. Jägermeister continuing on where he left off as well, and after taking down David 2-0 in the semi-finals earlier on today, the first race actually of the Android series, and looking like he's going to continue on that way. It's very hard to come back once you have a wipe like that, but I will point this out, Lethal. In the past, we've seen Jägermeister in the same situation, and he has crashed on unforced errors. This is what I wanted to see. Is this like the improved Jägermeister? Is the consistency now there? Because yes, he's won this tournament before, back in season 2, I believe it was, or season 3, one of the series, I'm not sure which. But obviously always had that little consistency issues. When we've seen him in the finals against Suchti, he's been brilliant, and then crashes out of nowhere, and that's what I want to see. Has that been improved on? Is he going to continue to dominate?
There's a couple first jumps which he took on that second lap where he played it super safe. So he's a little bit not being as carefree as he would normally be. And you can see from there, Jägermeister didn't really need to. He had such a huge lead from that previous wreckage. But my goodness, that was an absolutely... How they didn't actually wreck themselves sooner, I don't know. I was expecting it after the first 2 jumps, but it just didn't seem to be the case at all. We could be seeing a replica in terms of the scorelines here. 10 seconds in terms of lead, in terms of the win that time round, as Jägermeister only 1 win away, 1 track away from being your Android champion. And do you know what? He's going to be extremely happy if he does, because we know 60's won the last 2, and he'll feel like this will be a great start for him in 2024. But imagine if David gets a reverse sweep, that would just be an entirely different ball game.
Well, he's going to have to do exactly that. He's going to have to win every single race from now on to prevent Jägermeister, who was effectively on match point. If you were in any other game. So solid start from Jägermeister. Can he continue on his dominance? Can he take this in a 3-0 sweep? San Francisco Tunnel Jam is going to be the next track. It's a tough track. We saw it obviously in the finals earlier on for Future Flash. That's where he concluded his championship on the iOS. We're going to see whether it's the same over on Android. Will we have 2 3-0 finals? Not usually, but it may well be the case today. Who knows? That was I still feel unlucky for David. Like that was 50-50. They were like spin. One of us is going to go in a minute. One of us is going to go bam, it's you. And that was it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jägermeister was still very quick on the track, but yeah, that was tight.
Jägermeister could afford to take that risk, though. David really couldn't, because he's already behind by 1 track. And in this grand final, if Jägermeister does win this next track as well, we've got both players from both platforms with a flawless victory, which is something I've not seen in a very, very long time in any esport, let alone having just one player overall. But we didn't see US Midwest covered bridge. We didn't see Far and Ice and Greenland either. So it'd be nice to dabble in tracks 4 and 5, or technically going into this best of 5. But if we don't, it is what it is. But I want to see a close grand final. I want to see what what else he can do. But the problem is, in the last 3 races, he lost by 7 seconds the first race, 8 by the second, and lost by 10 in that one. And it's all been by unforced errors by David. I think that time around, you are right there, it was more 50-50. But let's get into this next race, though, and let's see if anything will change up here. Jägermeister with a slight lead. David is actually more on the inside, but Jägermeister just manages to get in front with a slight nitro lead as they both double nitro and 360 into the tunnels.
Yeah, both hit the shockwave at the same time as well, continuing that little nudge, though, from Jaeger on the traffic gives him that little extra boost, and that gives him that shockwave boost, and that's going to start the ball rolling as he hits the barrel roll perfectly and continues to lead the races, slowly but surely ebbing away from David. Going to take himself a tight line there, but it was just a little loosey-goosey. Hits the 360, though. Has to get away with it, and he does. As now we continue on, Jägermeister holding perfect line at the moment. Both hitting the shockwave again, though, dodging the traffic. Still looking good, though. Honestly, he's not completely been left behind here, but I do feel that Jägermeister just keeps inching it, just slowly but surely ahead.
He is. David's actually getting a little bit more in the inside lanes, a bit more compared to Jägermeister. Jägermeister's playing it safe in the centre, but David is actually getting into the inside a bit more, and during that drift cycle, he's able to gain a bit more nitro as well, which is why you're seeing him close this gap a little bit each time. But the time is of the essence here as we're on this second lap, as we're halfway through, and still trying to catch up. Use that shockwave to try and barrel roll, but they actually ends up crushing, and that's going to potentially secure the victory here for Jägermeister. But David, he had to shockwave over that last jump, or else it would have been done and dusted. He knew that was the only way he can get himself back in this matchup here, Lee, and it looks like Jägermeister is going to take this.
Yeah, it's looking like it could be curtains, I'm afraid. That's not what David wanted to see, but it would be the perfect finals for Jägermeister to regain the title, I should say, that he held, what, 2 years ago, I think it was now, and he's going to take it. The Snapdragon Pro Series champion will be Jägermeister on the Android in perfect fashion, mirroring what Future Flash managed to do over on the iOS side. And a dominant performance, really wasn't pressured, in all honesty, other than that first little step of the Rome Tiber stream. He has just breezed his way through the competition.
Unreal. He won that track by 7.6 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he wiped. But honestly, like, from the very beginning here, it just that small little intricate details is what kept just edging him slowly but surely ahead. And then obviously that forces David to start to drive a little bit more rash, a little bit more dangerous, and that always causes a problem. That's when mistakes happen, and that's exactly what that was. That was just a weak mistake, honestly, to just not hit that barrel roll properly.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate, but we'll see what happens, though, like in the future. I do feel like David definitely made a considerable amount of improvements. I know that, that last track he lost by 7.6 seconds. We know that's probably been a margin, really. It's between 7 and 10 seconds every time. But it was mainly just due to the fact of the crashes. It was nothing else, really. He still kept up as a driver very well. He had great lines. Some of the lines were actually better, especially on the inside lanes for that nitro against Jägermeister. But Jägermeister didn't need to be as careless as he had to be. Just need to secure that victory. He was fine. But the fact that we've got 2 players here on both platforms, flawless victory, very rare sight.
For Jägermeister, let's take one final look at the Android bracket and see how things went down today. That first crash in particular, guys, that seemed really nasty. That was some foul play.
It was.
I mean, it was. I would say it's 50-50. Like, it really could have gone every way. But I literally, as you said, Harry, it's like Jägermeister he'd got tracks in the bag. He could afford to make go for that risky mover, whereas David had it all literally to lose. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
There it is. That's what we're looking at now. Our champion, Jägermeister, who I believe, Demon, did you say that he hasn't been champion since season 2? Is that right?
Yeah, I think it was season 2. He was last champion. I remember doing an interview, and it was a few years back after his win. So it was. It's been a good few years since then. Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad for him as well.
Spring 2022, I believe, because I think it was double champions, fall 21, and then spring of 2022. So that was the last time. So yeah, literally 2 years.
Wow. Well, very impressive from him. A great start to 2024. I'm sure that we will be seeing him again in future seasons, without a doubt. Huge congratulations. And of course, a huge congratulations to Future Flash earlier for winning the iOS side as well. We've got 2 big winners today, but lots of great competitors. Everyone did a great job. Lethal, any more highlights for today?
Yeah, it's just been great to see such huge improvement for all these players. Future Flash still considered to be the best iOS player, and he did it in just commanding fashion, making it look so easy. And it's just just incredible the pedigree skill he can deploy every single time. And Jägermeister coming back on top, he's going to be relieved and pretty damn happy with himself. Absolutely.
Are we going to need to see a redemption story from Suchity next time, do you think, Demon? Is he going to come back for some revenge?
I have no doubt that he would. For me, I was delighted to see different people in the finals. Obviously, we had Yafire over on the iOS side and beating out the RPM boys, both of them. And then obviously we've just had David reaching the final over on Android too. It's great to see the competition mixing up a little bit, not just the same old faces in the same old places. As it was, though, same old champions.
Of course. I mean, don't forget, those of you watching at home, get involved, jump in some time trials, and you never know, it could be you competing next time in the Snapdragon Pro Series. That would be really cool to see a big influx of new players, wouldn't it, Lethal?
It certainly would. That's the whole point. Make sure you join our Discords as well, because there's only one way you can get into the scene and to build a foundation, and it's to go through these time trials. And we could see potentially you yourself, here as we cast you all to try and make an impact into the scene.
Absolutely. Well, that is us finished for the day. I sincerely hope that you have loved the show as much as we have loved putting it on for you. Thank you for watching. Thank you to the whole production team for taking part, and we will see you again next time.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.